Welcome back, you guys. I hope you're excited for the video because I am so excited that it is finally here, my eyeshadow palette collection. So this is one of my more highly anticipated videos. I don't know about you, but I love collection videos, declutter videos. This one's a little bit of both, but if I'm being straight with you, it's more of a collection than a declutter because I like a lot of what I have, and being here on YouTube, I do review a lot of different brands. I do a lot of different rankings, videos talking about eyeshadow palettes in my collection, so it makes sense for me to keep things, but I do declutter a couple of things. But we're gonna go through my eyeshadow palette collection and I'm going to share my favorites. We're going to do swatches and everything. This video is probably going to be a long one. At this very moment, I've only filmed 3/4 of the video, so I'm not exactly sure yet. But I also have a little surprise as well. I have a giveaway, so if you want to see what's in the box or see what I have in my collection, then just keep watching. If this is your first time here, my name is Heather, and I love all things makeup, especially colorful makeup and indie brands. And if you happen to love those things too, I really hope you will stick around, subscribe. I would love to hear from you down below in the comments. I am excited, not only for the video itself, but for the giveaway as well. I love doing giveaways on my channel. It's been a few months since I've done one. I did a lot of giveaways last year and hoping I can get back to that in 2026. Depends on the economy, you know. Times have been tough, I'm not gonna lie. But I am always happy to give back when I can, and I'm excited about this one. So I will put swatches of everything at the end before we move on to the actual eyeshadow palette collection declutter. But the collection I have to give away in this video is actually from Lethal Cosmetics. It is the Serpentine collection. I brought out my palette that I have because I did get this in PR, and to be honest, I got this in PR as well. It was an extra. I had issues with customs. They sent it to me twice, and I thought, what better thing to do than give back to you guys, because it wouldn't even be an option for me to get these things in PR if it weren't for you. So I'm truly internally grateful. So in the box, we do have the palette, and like I said, I will put up swatches, but we also have the 5 lip stains. I'm actually wearing the shade Crown of Thorns today. There's some really gorgeous shades in this, and the really cool lip balm that I told you guys about in my video, I'll link my video down below as well, but I don't have an up close of the bag, so I did want to show you that. We also have the Lethal Cosmetics tote bag. So as of the time I'm actually filming this, I have not uploaded my primer, foundation, and powder declutter. And I don't know if I'm going to just go ahead and upload this one first or that one. I might just go ahead and upload this one first because I know people are more excited for this one and it just makes more sense. But with that being said, I'm not exactly sure on what date I'm going to upload it. So I can't tell you exactly what date the giveaway is going to be for. But there will be a pinned comment down below. Please read the rules, because I have to not enter people into the giveaway, and it sucks to do that, and it's because they don't fill out the Google form correctly, and I have no way to contact them, or they don't give me their name, or it's always something, and it happens with a lot of people. And if you catch yourself doing that and you recognize that you didn't, just fill it out again. It'll be fine. I don't mind. But just make sure you read through the Google forum, and down there somewhere I will also have the dates listed for the giveaways, so you guys know when if you still have time to enter and all of that. Also, I will leave this up for international as well, because half my subscribers are international, and you guys are just as important to me as anyone else, and I want to be able to share the love. And it's just really exciting. But also keep in mind, if you get a comment or anything on this video or any of my videos ever asking for money or anything like that, that is not me. I will only get your email address through that Google form, and I will contact you like through my email, which is h.e.makeupenthusiast@gmail.com. So just keep an eye out for that email. I will never contact you down below in the comments. So beware, there's a lot of scammers out there. But I hope you guys are excited, and good luck to those of you who choose to enter. I wish you all could win, honestly. I love you guys so much. But let's go ahead now and just get into the video. I almost forgot to give you the numbers. So I'll have to tell you like what I decluttered at the end. But I started the year out with 263 palettes, and I ended up reviewing 122 palettes this year, which is crazy because I do 2 looks with almost every palette, sometimes 3, and that's a lot of looks, you know? But I ended up having 385 palettes at the start of the year. We'll have to see what I have at the end of the video, but let's go ahead now and get into the collection. I really hope you guys brought a snack because this video is about to be so long. So we're starting out with my palettes that I got this year because I do keep them separate so that I'm able to do my end of the year palette ranking, which should be coming up shortly after this one, but I am excited to get into this. So these are all of my Nomad palettes that launched in 2025, and they launched the most palettes out of any other brand that I have reviewed, and I was fortunate enough to get all of these sent to me in PR. They put me on their PR list at the beginning of this year, which truly was so amazing and fun and so exciting. So just keep that in mind, and I do have a code for Nomad as well. I'll pop it up on the screen. But with that being said, starting with the Berlin Underground. This one is beautiful. I love the color story. I love how grungy and cool toned it is. You will hear that so much in this video because I am really into like muted cool tones right now, and this one made my heart very happy. This was an older palette, but they reformulated it and relaunched it, and I was so happy to get my hands on it. These three, I actually one, I didn't get them in PR. They were gifted to me because a bunch of you guys nominated me for, I think it's called the Starfish program, where you like nominate your favorite creators and why. So that is how I got these, and that was the beginning, like I said, of me getting PR from them. So literally, you guys helped me get on their PR list. I could not thank you enough, but I love this palette. I don't really see myself decluttering a whole lot in this video. Definitely not anything that I am that I've reviewed this year, because I am going to be keeping it all for my ranking, like I said. But then we have the Providence palette. This one is beautiful as well. I like this color story, but I do prefer the Berlin one a bit more, but I do think this one is gorgeous. The shimmers are pretty. I love that you have the pastels, and then you have the deeper colors, the added black and the gray, which allows you to make any of these, like any color story you choose to create with this palette, more cool toned, and I think that makes it even more fun in my opinion. Now this one was my favorite color story out of the three, the America's Parks. I think it's so beautiful. I love it. But these shimmers are not as impactful as what I'm used to from Nomad. They're still beautiful, like, don't get me wrong, but they're missing like the extra sparkle that I feel like you get with a Nomad shimmer. This one just fell a little short because of that, but it's still like workable. I just like things that shine and that look really reflective. So for me, this one's not a favorite, but I still love it. I think this is the newest one, the Chris Kindle Market. This one is gorgeous. I love the color story. The shimmers in here are some of my favorite that they have ever done. They are so reflective and beautiful and just wet looking, which is what I love. And I think this is such a beautiful take on a Christmas palette. They just did such a great job. I love that you have like the pop of green and the pop of red, but it's also very neutral leaning as well. So you can still get the splash of color with the shimmers or by using those two, but you could also create a fun neutral look with it too. And I think that is extraordinary. I mean, look at those shimmers. They are so breathtaking. I love them. We still have 5 more. Like I said, they did release a lot this year. I think there's 9 palettes. So then we have the Route 66. This one is great quality. I think it's a beautiful quality palette. I love the looks that I created with it, but it is not my favorite color story that they've launched this year. I don't know. There's something about it. It just, for me, it leaves a little bit to be desired. Like, I would need to pull something in with this to really be happy. And maybe it's because I love looks that have a lot of contrast. And while you do have this deep brown in here, I want darker. These are, well, most of these mattes are very mid-tone. And same with the shimmers as well, with the exception of this one. And I just don't prefer those types of shades, but do you see that? Like, oh, the shimmers in here are fantastic quality, and if you love this color story, you will love this palette because, like I said, it's fantastic quality. I'm pretty sure this one I bought myself. The Chamonix Après-Ski, I bought it at the very end of last year or in January. I can't remember, but this one is gorgeous. And I mentioned in my winter palette ranking video that usually I don't like a gradient, but in this instance it works for me. You have these beautiful like toppery shades that are very, very reflective, very sparkly, and I love that you have like the lighter shade, the mid-tone, the deeper. This is my kind of palette. And the same with the mattes. I feel like you can really get a lot of dimension, and these shimmers are just truly breathtaking. They did such a good job on this. I like the whole vibe. However, this one is probably my new favorite from them, the Pacific Northwest. First of all, I freaking love the packaging. I love the canvas work they did on this one. I think it's so pretty. And this color story is perfect. You have some really gorgeous duos in here. I've still yet to use this yellow and would love to. It's like a light yellow, but it has this pink shift to it. It's so pretty. This is everything that my heart desires. I love the murky greens, the muted blues, and this pop of this bright green. You can create such gorgeous looks with it. And I loved my looks. I do have videos on almost all of these palettes. I have a playlist down below that says my 2025 playlist, and you will find the videos for them down there, but this one is just freaking fantastic. Could not recommend it more. I think everything about it is perfect. This is another really good one. I love this as well, the Witch City Salem. I lost my mind over this palette. I love this color story. It's like Halloween meets like harvest season. You know what I mean? It's so pretty. And we're not seeing my face today, honey. I look like a hot mess, but the shimmers are so good. Like, you will hear me talk about shimmers so much in this video if you're not familiar with my channel or my content. Shimmers are how you steal my heart, and these are so good. Like, I feel like their shimmer quality has really upped, and they have always had such a great matte quality as well, but now the shimmers are everything that I'm looking for. And when you compare it to the shimmers in the America's Parks palette, you can see the difference that I was talking about. Well, not in that one. That one's freaking gorgeous. Let's try one of the others. It's not all of the shades. It's just some of them. See, it's still beautiful and reflective, but not like the ones up top. You know what I mean? I absolutely love the looks that I did with this palette. I'm pretty sure this was the first palette of the Halloween season, and I was so excited when I saw it. I just couldn't wait. And then we have the Fairy Tale Europe. Now, for the most part, I am someone who loves colorful makeup, but I do like a neutral color story. However, even though this is like very shimmer heavy and has a lot of like only neutral mattes, I still really love this. This made me rediscover how much I love a neutral crease with a pop of color for shimmer, but you have to really like that and enjoy it to love this color story. But I do, and I had a lot of fun with this one. This shade is like this fiery peachy pink. Oh, it's so pretty. It takes my breath away. For me, it was one of my favorite launches from Nomad. I think they did such a good job. They did have a lot of launches this year, but they had a lot of good launches. And it's been an honor to get to review all of these this year. Honestly, I probably would have picked most of them up, if not all of them anyways, because I've been reviewing Nomad for quite a long time, but getting them in PR is very helpful, and I am very grateful. Then we have Cosmic Beauty, another one of my top favorite indie brands. Indie brands pretty much make up the mass majority of my collection because I love them so much, and this brand is one of my top favorites. So they released 5 palettes this year. I have this one, which is their first palette, and this was very kindly gifted to me by one of my subscribers, and I am so happy to have it because this was the only Cosmic Beauty palette that I was missing, and now my collection is complete, and honestly, I could not be more thrilled. I haven't tried it yet because I mean, things have been kind of hectic in my life, and I've been, so busy, but I lost my mind when I opened it because it is so beautiful, and this brand for me is just iconic, and the fact that they sent me this is truly one of the sweetest things in the whole world, and I could never say thank you enough. It is the Royal Rose. It is not available anymore, which is why I was so excited to get it. But then we have the Starlight Society from Cosmic Beauty again. This is one of their new palettes, and this is gorgeous. I could see this being very high up in my ranking. I love this. I think it's so beautiful. I love the mix of warm tones with jewel tones and pastels. You have deep shimmers, topper shimmers, and like multi-chromes, duos. This is just so gorgeous. Which shade was it? This one has like it's like a baby blue shimmer, but it has like a purple, green, blue shift with a baby blue base. It is wild. So wet looking. They are probably one of the most affordable indie brands, and they keep their quality like truly top notch, and I love them. They're just immaculate, and this is just one of the best palettes I feel like that launched this year, but that's going to be hard to say. I love ranking my palettes at the end of the year, but I also really dread it because there have been such extraordinary launches this year, and I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. It's going to be very hard. This is my least favorite that launched this year, and maybe even my least favorite that they've ever launched, simply because it is like really neutral, but I will say I still really like it, and the shimmers in here are so beautiful. And one thing I love is like a muted crease with a pop of shimmer that has color in it to add that splash. Like, that is so pretty, and these two multi-chromes are insane. They're so beautiful, and my lighting does not do them justice whatsoever. I do like a very gray leaning palette, which I feel like this one is. So I do love the palette. I just think they have released better things this year, like this one and my newest, the Death palette. I actually just finished reviewing this palette, and this is gorgeous. It might even be my new favorite from them. I love how cool toned it is again, but this color story is amazing. I love like how neutral it is, yet it still has like these pops of color, like the bright pops. And I love the two like mustardy shades. Those are gorgeous. The grays, I love gray with like red and gray with purple. I think it's so beautiful. I absolutely love the looks I did, but these shimmers are freaking sickening. This holochrome is next level. I can get it to focus. There we go. Do you see that? Like, come on. And they're so thin. And I've heard from a lot of people that deal with creasing that they never have issues with this palette creasing on them. I love this. Their matte formula is freaking fantastic as well. This one is just beautiful. Like I said, might even be my new favorite. And Serenity and Muse have been my two favorite from them for so long. And then eventually Muse beat out Serenity, but I think this one is now at the top. And then we have what started the tarot card palettes, and it's the Lovers. This was their Valentine's Day launch, and I love this one. No pun intended, but it is gorgeous. I love these murky greens. I think they're so gorgeous. But you have like a half neutral, half colorful palette, and it's so good. I love the looks that I did as well. But again, look at the shimmers. That shade, look at them. They're so good. Like, if you have not tried them yet, I truly, truly recommend. They're one of my top favorite brands for a very good reason. They're just freaking fantastic. They do have something for everyone, too. You will see all of my other ones in a little while. They have launched 15 palettes, and I love them. I love them all. Then we have the 'Tis the Season palette. This one came out at the end of last year, and I didn't end up getting to review mine until the 1st of January. It took a little while to get to me, but the way I love these top two rows, the looks you can create with just these two rows are phenomenal. This reminds me a lot of Dee Signature's Christmas palette last year, but I love them both for completely different reasons. While there are some similarities, the undertone of like the the rows are so vastly different that I couldn't get rid of either one for that reason. This little quad right here, or the 6-pan on the eyes together, is freaking chef's kiss. I've had so much fun with this palette, and they always include at least one multi-chrome, which I love. And look at it, it's so pretty. It's like the perfect Christmas shade. They just really did such a good job. So, Singe Beauty, they launched 3 palettes this year, and I've been loving Singe Beauty since they launched with their brushes and blushes and all of the things, but I finally got to try their eyeshadow palette formula. This one was in January, the Galactic Visitor, which is freaking stunning, you guys. I love this so much. But then I met Angelica at Creators and Friends in Florida, which was so awesome. It was actually the second time I met her, and I was gifted the Agate Temptation then, and then I was lucky enough to get Paisley Hoot in PR, and I have loved them so much. This formula is incredible, and if you are someone, let me do this so that doesn't blind you all, but if you are someone who deals with a lot of creasing, you will love this shimmer formula because it is so finely milled. Angelica herself deals with a lot of creasing, so she really came out with the perfect shimmer formula for people with hooded eyes, and that girl has been the queen of indie since the beginning of my journey with makeup, and she can come out with the color story that I love with my whole entire heart. And honestly, I don't even know how to choose between these palettes. I will say these two are my favorite, but I love Galactic Visitor as well. The shimmers and all of them are so beautiful. The looks I created with Paisley Hoot are freaking breathtaking. And I've tried a lot of new indie brands this year. It was a goal of mine. And I did a pretty good job at like keeping up with that goal, but if I count Singe Beauty in that category, since I spent the year trying their palettes for the first time, Singe Beauty is my favorite brand that I discovered eyeshadow from this year. They are incredible. Her matte formula is freaking exceptional, like truly exceptional. The shimmers, she has like some gorgeous duos in these palettes as well. This one is one of my favorites. The looks I've created with Agate Temptation are also some of my favorites. My camera is having a very hard time focusing today, but the looks that I've created with these palettes are truly favorites. I love it so much, and I just don't think you could go wrong with the Singe Beauty palette. So I'm definitely keeping these. I am so excited for 2026 to see what else she launches, because their brushes are brushes that I use every single day in every single look. And I have 3 sets of her eye brushes. That is how much I love them. I did buy them all, and they're freaking fantastic. I love the blushes as well, but her lip liners have become my favorite formula. I love them dearly. I love the colors as well. She's truly just nailing it and has done such amazing things, and I am so happy for her. So, Unearthly launched 6 palettes this year. They had 5 launches, and I felt like they didn't have that many launches this year, but they had 2 launches in the latter half of the year. I actually picked up another palette from them, but it won't be here until January, and I can't wait to play with that. But they have had some really good launches. So first we have Thinking of You that launched for Valentine's Day. This one is really pretty. I like the color story, but out of my Unearthly palettes, this might be my least favorite one personally. And I think it's because it's missing like the depth. I mean, you do have this gorgeous matte here, but You know me, I love so much contrast in my looks. I love a deep, dark, smoky outer corner. They make me so happy. But I still like this palette. I still had fun with it. This is so gorgeous. I'm pretty sure I bought this one myself. I think I bought them all this year because she closed her affiliate program. I think she's opening it back up in 2026. Fingers crossed I make it back on the list, but I just, her shimmers are freaking outstanding. Another brand that has terrific shimmers and terrific mattes. Most of her palettes, with the exception of one that I'm going to talk about, have that same like soft formula like Angelica's with Singe Beauty, to where the shimmers do not crease. So if you have that issue, I think you will love them as well. Now, this is the exception. This has her older shimmer formula, which I also love so much. So this is the Shadow Sculpt, and I love this palette dearly, but if you have hooded eyes, I have heard other people mention that they've had issues with creasing with this palette, but I have not personally. But I don't typically have that issue. But these are like so reflective and so shimmery. But I love this color story with my whole heart. I love a murky green, a chartreuse. I love how vivid this swampy green is. The mint in here is so genius as well. This is just so outstanding. One of my favorites that she has done this year, and I recommend it, especially if you're like me and you don't have to really worry about the creasing. I think you will love it as well, especially if you love the color story, which I totally do. We also had these two launch in the spring, I'm pretty sure. We have Shadowed Petal, which is a beautiful palette. This one is more like dusty mauves, but I do like it because it goes from extremely light to extremely dark. And not only in the mattes, but in the shimmers as well, which that makes a hit palette for me. Out of the two, this is my least favorite color story, but it's still beautiful nonetheless. I still do enjoy it a lot, and I'm happy to have it in my collection. But this one, Murky Meadow, you have me at Acid Yellow. Like, I love this. I love how warm this palette is. I just think it's so beautiful. You have like these two mustard leaning neutrals, a deeper shade, a deeper matte, which I also love. You even have the dark brown. The shimmers in here are so pretty. But this in the inner corner with like a neutral crease, or this in the inner corner with a smoky black crease, is so good. I loved that look so much when I did it. It made my heart so happy. And then you have this shimmer, and it's like peachy pink, but it has this gorgeous yellow shift as well. You can kind of see it there. It's so pretty, you guys. Unearthly Cosmetics is outstanding. A lot of people are kind of hesitant. Well, a lot of people in my comments seem to be hesitant about purchasing because of the pre-orders, and I totally understand that. It can be annoying to like have to wait, especially if you're someone who I've been as well, to where you could only get a palette every now and then, or maybe you just only want to spend so much money on it every now and then you have to wait so long to get the thing that you allowed yourself to pick up. I can understand that, but I will say they are worth every second of every wait because they are freaking amazing. These two collections were two of the best collections that launched this year, just in general. I love everything. The blush palettes are so good. This blush palette with Gothic Romance is my favorite blush palette I've ever used. I think it is so freaking good. And I love the Dead Cute as well. So Gothic Romance came first. And I'm going to be honest with you. When this one launched, I bought it because I don't ever miss an Unearthly launch with the exception of the 2 mystery bundles I did miss this year because I couldn't pick one or the other, because if I buy something, I try to buy things that not only I like, but something that I also want to review as well. That way, at least I can condone the money I'm spending because it's going back into my channel. You know what I mean? So if I were to buy those mystery bundles, I would have to buy them both for review purposes. And it was hundreds of dollars. And our niece, who is more like Amanda's child because she raised her, and our son-in-law live with us, and they're expecting a baby, so we're kind of focusing financially on that because it's exciting, and why wouldn't we want to, you know? So I wasn't able to like drop that much on a launch this year. So I did skip on it. It hurts, but I have to do what I gotta do, you know? So I am totally over explaining, but I picked this one up because it's unearthly. I love the matte color story, but I was a little hesitant because in the photos I seen, I could tell that there was only 4 shimmers, and I do like a matte heavy palette, but not typically one this matte heavy. And while the shimmers looked beautiful in the photos, they didn't look like that special. So I kind of just talked myself into buying it, but my God, am I so glad I did, because this is one of the best launches of the year. It is so freaking good. Not only is this matte color story just freaking fantastic, but these shimmers are so good. They're so, like, do you see that? They're so good, you guys. I cannot. There's not enough words. Literally, I'm at a loss for them. I was so blown away when I swatched this palette and saw this color story like mapped out, because these shimmers are extraordinary and they go with everything. Like, there's hundreds, literally hundreds of looks you can create with this palette, and the looks I created with this one are some of my favorite looks I have ever created in my whole entire life. I loved it so much. It is so beautiful. If you are in any way drawn to this color story and you've been on the fence for the same reasons I were, just take this review for what you will, because I am so glad I picked it up. Not only that, but the lip products that launched with that, the matte ones, they're like a velvety matte. I love the colors, but the formula is so good too. It's like that moussey texture. It's so good. But then we have the Dead Cutes. This one is so fun. So this one, like I said, I've been really into the muted color stories, the really gray leaning palettes this year. And this one brought me back to my first love. And I am astounded by it. I will say, this shade right here is a bit hard pressed, but you can still, like mine anyway, it still works and it picks up with the brush just fine. But you do gotta kind of, you know, dip your finger in there a little hard. And it is so acidic and so gorgeous. So beautiful. I love the looks I did with this one. But like I said, it took me right back to what made me fall in love with colorful makeup to begin with, which is these beautiful, bright, vivid colors. And the shimmers that are in this palette are so beautiful. You even have some like really pretty like iridescent toppery shades, and they look gorgeous as highlighters as well. I did that in my video. So now we have Glaminatrix. I had one palette that I tried from them last year or the year before. It was the Pretty in Pastels, which I wasn't crazy about. So this year I really took a dive into Glaminatrix, and I love them. I love them so much. So I can't remember exactly when I got this palette. I think it was this year. I could be wrong, but I used it this year, so I'm going to include it in this ranking. This is the Nocturnal. I'm pretty sure it's the mini, but this color story is one of the best color stories I have ever laid my eyes on. It is so beautiful. I love how like grungy and swampy it is, but you have like these gorgeous pops of color as well with like this blue and this like periwinkle. If you take it away, you can see like it's a like very autumn leaning palette, but those pops make it so much more fun, add so much more of a twist to it, and man, I wish I would have started reviewing them sooner, and I hate that I waited so long, and I ended up like not feeling crazy about the Pretty in Pastels, but the primer I was using, the eye primer, the glitter glue, was the NYX one, and it was like almost muting the shimmers in a way, in a really weird way. I don't use that one anymore for that reason. It doesn't always do that, and I love the NYX one for a long time, but it does do that with some formulas. I don't know why that is, but ever since I've discovered that, I have loved that palette and have no issues with it at all. But I'm so glad that I decided to dip back into Glaminatrix because they have launched some really good palettes this year and they totally do not disappoint. I think the first one I picked up from them is probably the Barely Basic. It's kind of all running together. I did this video where I ranked all of the neutral indie palettes that I've tried, and there were so many neutral indie palettes that were launched this year, and Glaminatrix had a couple of them actually, but this is probably one of my favorite neutral palettes in my collection, and it has something in common with all of the others that are favorites. It's neutrals, but it has different variations of neutrals with the swampy greens, and then you have like the mauve shades as well, and they're freaking gorgeous. I love the gradient, and I usually do not like gradients whatsoever, but in this case, I do. I love it so much. I love that you get light mattes, dark mattes, the medium tone mattes. I love the different depths of the shimmers as well. These are so pretty. Like, Glaminatrix, can you please bring these out in highlighter form? Like, I need them in my life so bad. That is so stunning. Like, they could come out with some of the best highlighters with this iridescent formula. It is stunning. I used it in my video. I used these as highlighters and I loved it so much. And when I'm like doing makeup any other time, I just don't think to dive in a palette for a highlight, but these were so fun. I love them. I love them dearly. They have such a good shimmer formula, and I've noticed they have two different matte formulas. Both of them are great when it comes to blending, building on them, or deepening them up, or anything like that. They're fantastic, but this formula does not have as much kick up in it as the Bonfire or the Tones of Turd. These worked great as well, but like I said, you can even tell by the lid of this palette how dusty it is that I got a lot of kick up with some of these shades, but they still performed beautifully. I would just tell you, like, if you haven't picked these up and you want to, tap your brush before you put it on your face, or do your eyes first, or you're gonna have a mess, because some of them are very kick-uppy, but this color story is so beautiful. I love the Bonfire theme, and I feel like they did such a good job. This was such a good palette when it launched because it was like summer leading into fall, not quite fall yet, and I feel like they just really hit the mark and done it so well. Like, look at those shimmers, and I'm pretty sure all of their palettes are handmade. You can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not 100% certain. I know some of them are. Tones of Turd is one of the best palettes. I love the theme. Love the little poop emojis artwork pressed into it. I love that this was a April Fool's joke, and then it turned into a whole launch that the freaking indie community went completely nuts over. Just everything about it. The shade names are hilarious, but this color story is everything my heart desires. It is so freaking gorgeous, and some of these, again, you do get kick up with, but not all of these ones. These shimmers are so good. I will say, there's two different formulas in this palette. You have the one that's very smooth. Look at that. It's so pretty. And sometimes when it doesn't focus, it helps you like see the shifts even more. But they do have a formula in here that's a little more flaky, which I don't mind because they do smooth down when you put them on. And they're so pretty. But if you are someone who struggles with creasing, you might want to keep that in mind because they may crease on you. Like, they are astounding. They are just so pretty. I love them. I love this shade too. It's called Corny Surprise, which makes me laugh so hard. But look at it on the finger. And you can either like swipe it on or you can press it like that and get that really cool effect in your look. And like swirling your finger around the pan does not mess it up in any way. I just think it's so fun. This is another one of my like top favorite launches this year. It's going to be very hard to rank these palettes because so many of them were done so well. This is my newest, the Crown Legacy. This is a collaboration with Monolith, which I love that, but this color story is beautiful. I will say this color story has been done a lot this year. Like, I think Artitude came out with one. This one from Gourmand Girls is a little similar. Gourmand Girls has a little more of a twist. This is the Call of Sirens. And like a lot of people have came out with this color story, but I do think they did it very well. I think the added gray in here adds a whole other layer to the palette as well and makes it so much more fun. The shimmers, again, are so beautiful. If I swatch every palette, we're going to be here for 10 years because I know there's a lot. I have no idea how many I have, but I am going to count them. So you might already know by the time this video starts, but I love her. Oh my God, these two. I loved Timeless Tones so much more than I thought I would, and the shimmers and the color story of this is timeless. It's giving like that fine china that my grandmother had in her china cabinet. It's giving me that energy, and it's so beautiful. I love the looks, again, that I did with this. This black shimmer is so pretty. The one in Nearly Natural is even better, but again, it's the topper shades. Like, these shimmers are so reflective, so beautiful, and the color story as a whole is just so beautiful. You could get a neutral look out of this, but you can do a neutral with a pop of color, whether you want that pop to be within the shimmers or the mattes. And I love like how muted and cool it is. It's just beautiful. And then we have the Nearly Natural. Let's compare these. Like, there's similarities within the mattes for sure, but I will say the shimmers are very different. But I wonder why they released both of these. Just looking at them, they are very, very similar. And I wonder if they're both still available, but I will say I love them both. They're both fantastic quality. I really love the toppery shades in this one, which makes it a favorite, but this black shimmer in this one is one of the most beautiful black shimmers I've ever seen. It is so reflective. They did such a good job with that. Again, another fantastic color story. One I am happy to have. I have truly enjoyed purchasing from them this year, and I'm excited to see what they come out with next, because for me it has been one hit right after the other. They just do not disappoint. So it looks like we had 8 this year from Dee Signature, which is a lot, but Dee Signature really amped up her brand this year, and I've had so much fun reviewing her stuff. So I was put on her PR list at the beginning of 2025, and I did get all of these in PR except for this one. So this is, what was it called? The Lioness Heart, but this was a collaboration with the Ice Cream Beauty box, and I do buy that box, so that is how I got this one. And this palette is beautiful. I love the color story so much. I had so much fun creating looks with this one as well. I still have so much fun creating looks with this one. Dee Signature has such a great formula, and I feel like she really spent the year perfecting her brand, and I've seen the most change with Dee Signature. Like, they have done the absolute best and the most this year, and I've loved them. But that's not even my favorite. It just keeps getting better. So this one, I love the color story, but I hate the outside, and she has done so much better with the artwork and stuff of her palettes since this one. But the color story is what goes on your face, and that is the thing that makes me so happy. I will say you have 2 flaky shadows in here and then 1 smooth. I think this is beautiful. It was one of my favorite Valentine's Day launches. Like, the shimmers are so freaking breathtaking, so reflective and gorgeous. That one, it's like a pink to a very vibrant purple. It's like blinding. Obviously, you can tell, but it's beautiful. This one, the Golden Tides, was such a big favorite for me. This is a brilliant color story. For one, I love how warm-toned it is. It's beautiful. The shimmers are gorgeous, but every shade in this palette kind of goes together, and you can find a way to make it work. She did such a good job with this. Like, this shade is like a brown, but it's almost like red toned. So it goes with the pink, it goes with the yellows, it goes with the blue, it goes with the red. Like, no matter which way you change it, it goes with everything. It's so beautiful. And with the more warm shades, it looks brown. With the pink and the blue, it looks more purple. And it's just so stunning. This is my favorite shimmer in this palette, although I will show you this shade. It's like a golden iridescent, and it's so pretty. It's one of the prettiest. It's not even gold. It's like a very pale yellow shimmer. So beautiful. But now we're getting to my favorites. So, let me show you this one first. This one is really cool too. I will say these shimmers in the Chromebook Volume 2, they are emollient, but I love them. And I love that she put mattes in here too. I have pan in 2 of the shades. These are gorgeous. Like, you know, I love anything shimmery. Now, for me, I do need like lighter mattes and stuff. So this is not a standalone by any means whatsoever, but this is gorgeous. If you like really sparkly, like shifty shades, you will love this as well. It's fantastic. Now we are at the favorites from her this year. She has launched some really freaking good palettes, but then I would probably give it to the From the Roots. I've heard some people say this is chaotic, and I agree it is, but that is the reason I love it so much. This is a beautiful color story. Honestly, Angelica explained it the best when she said, just cover the pops, like 1 or 2, and then you can really maybe not feel like it's as chaotic. But I love color stories like this. For me, they feel so inspiring. They're so just I don't know, some of my favorites to play with. This shade is so pretty too. Like, they look like literal glass on the skin. But I feel like you can come up with like the most unique color combos and fun, creative eye looks with palettes that are created like this. And this one just made my whole heart happy, and I love it so much, but it's not even my favorite. I absolutely love the Broken Jewels. I love the packaging. It's so cool. Like, she did such a good job on this palette. But look at this masterpiece color story. This is one of my favorite color stories in my collection. This will also probably be very high up in my ranking because this is spectacular. The shimmers are beautiful, but just the color story as a whole. I had so much fun creating looks with this palette. I think it is so beautiful. Look at this gold. Like, it's so pretty and so reflective. All of her shadows are, and I love them so much. And when I saw the drops of Fantasy, my jaw literally hit the floor. This palette blew my freaking mind. It is, again, like I said earlier, talking about another palette, it brought me back to my first love, which was bright, vivid colors. At first glance, this looks like it can be maybe a rainbow palette, but it is not. And the undertones in this palette are so unique and so beautiful. These, like, vivid shades are so pigmented. Even a dry swatch with no primer or anything, like, they are some of the best bright shades I have ever worked with. The color story is so good. Like, there's just not even enough words to describe. I keep saying that, but if you don't know me very well, one thing you must know is nothing makes me happier than eyeshadow. And I just love it, you know, when like a color story just hits, you know what I mean? And you just love it so much. That is this. This is so fantastic. And this is going to be like a lifetime favorite. I am already telling you. I just think she did such a good job. This is a gorgeous holochrome. I'm trying to get it to focus. There we go. It is so pretty. Truly just out of this world. She really just knocked the ball right out of the park with that one. And then we have my newest palette. Now, out of these palettes, I don't know which one is my favorite because, like I've said a million times, she's launched so many good ones. But I can tell you, this is the best Christmas palette, maybe of all time. It is festive elegance. That is what it is. I mean, that's what she named it. And that is what I see when I look at this. The shimmers are so good, but this color story is so beautiful. It is neutral, but you do have a few pops in here as well. I love this. If you have not seen my video with this one, you have to check it out. It is so good. The shimmers, you guys. This is what my Christmas heart wants. I will say, though, I've not been in a Christmas mood this year. As I'm filming this, at least today, I'm going to have to film this in increments because my voice is just starting to heal and I don't want to make it worse. But I'm filming this on the 17th, but I'm just not in the Christmas mood and I have not even put my tree up. I know, right? But let me know if you're in the same place. It just doesn't feel like a festive year. But this is a very festive palette, and it did help get me there a little bit more, but I think this is beautiful. Not even just for Christmas, but for all year long. I can see myself pulling into this one time and time again. I honestly never thought she could beat her last Christmas palette, but here she came in this year and beat them all. And then we have probably my favorite brand in the whole entire world, Bella Beauty Bar. And man, they have launched some freaking fire palettes this year, and quite a few actually. We have 8 palettes here, And there are so many good ones. Some that I'm not like 100% crazy about as well, which we will get into, but they have also launched a bunch of favorites this year. This is my newest one and probably my new favorite Bella Beauty Bar palette because this is freaking insanely good. The Crystallize, the looks I did with this palette blew my mind. These shimmers, the way I gasped when I was swatching this and just lost my freaking mind with excitement and joy and was just astounded, flabbergasted, but in a positive way. Like, it is so freaking gorgeous. I love it. I love how cool it is. I love how muted it is. And I think what I love about those palettes so much, especially with my favorite brands like this one, is even though you have like this cool muted color story, with the exception of this bright pink, you get like this muted crease, but then you put something like that or any of these shimmers on it, and it's gonna be like this bright contrast of color, and that really just makes the whole look pop in such an extraordinary way. And this brand delivers time and time again the best palettes in my collection. I would not ever declutter a Bella Beauty Bar palette, not in a million years. Then we have the Coalescence palette, the collab with Nupur. This is freaking gorgeous. Oh, I love this so much. Another one of my favorites from them. I love this color story. I love how muted it is, but yet you have these two pops of color. I think this is beautiful. The shimmers in here are beautiful. There are so many different types of formulas in this palette as well. I feel like this collab really added something very unique to the Bella Beauty Bar collection, which I also love. And, oh, I forgot to tell you, I did get Crystallize and PR. I got Crystallize and PR and the Come Play With Us, but the rest of them I bought myself. But I don't even remember what I was saying. I love it. I love that. Oh, that's what I was saying. I love that. I feel like this really added something different to their collection, and they just did a gorgeous collab together. I love that she really just added so many different types of formulas in here as well. You even have a satin, which I think this is the first satin I've ever seen in a Bella Beauty Bar palette. And I like this satin, but I have some other satins from another one of my top favorite brands that I love even more. But this is one of my favorite Bella Beauty Bar palettes as well. The color story is phenomenal. The shade Aries is so pretty. It's like this gorgeous shade of purple, but the like pea green shade that is in there, it's like minty. Trying to make it to where you can see it, but might be in a bad place. Let me swatch it again. You can see the purple, but it's blurry, but you can still see that green in there as well. That is one of the prettiest shades in my collection. I love it. This is a palette that I am truly excited to dig back into. Like, as soon as I have time to create another look, I can't wait. This one is not my favorite, the Unoriginal Nudes. So for me, this one, I do like that they played with a bunch of different types of neutrals. Like, you have the warmer neutrals and then you have the cooler neutrals. I do like that. You even have like this mauve shade here as well. That makes it fun, but for me, this is way too neutral. I need more. However, if you are someone who loves a neutral palette, then you are gonna love this, because if you've never tried an indie shadow, you're about to be so surprised, because you can see that. Like, they are so good. I love a holochrome with my whole entire heart, and that one is so good. But it's not even just that. Like, all of the shimmers in this palette are so beautiful, so wet looking, and again, there's several different types of formulas in here. I think she did a really good job, and I think it was really smart for them to release this palette as well, because there are so many people that like a neutral palette, and while this might not be my favorite color story, I'm still happy that I have it, and I completely understand its place in their collection. And here we have the reformulated, remastered Smoky Glam. This one is beautiful as well. This one is more like my type of neutrals. These two together would be gorgeous, but oh, the shimmers. I just look at these palettes and the way I lose my mind. I like some of the shimmers that were left out of the other palette. So that like makes me want to keep both because I love those shimmers so much. But I do really like that they condense this down to what it is. I think it is so beautiful. I love how mauve heavy it is with the added gray and the black and then the white. It has that full contrast that I am always looking for and loving in my palettes, and I think this one is beautiful. I feel the same about this blanket. Is covered in glitter. I am not mad at it, but I feel the same about Morally Gray as I do on Original Nudes. This one I love the shimmers in, but this color story is a little too muted for me. I like something more. This is a really good black shimmer as well. It's really pretty. It's also hollow, so it's stunning. I love the shimmers in this, like I was saying, but the mattes are just not at all my vibe. This wasn't made for me, but I love Bella Beauty Bar, so I bought it anyway, and I don't regret it by any means. I will still use it, but I will use it alongside other favorites from them or other brands. It just will never be a standalone palette. I think it would be really pretty with the Amy Loves palette as well. Let's talk about Come Play With Us. This was a fun Christmas palette. Outside of the Dee Signature one, this one might be my second favorite, because it is giving you that same Christmas feel, but they did it in a muted vibe, but also in a spooky way, which I love so much. I think this is so beautiful. And again, like, I feel like I'm repeating myself over and over, and I probably am, but the same things apply. It's just, it keeps getting better and better and better with every freaking swatch. Wait until I dig out the other ones. You might have to watch this video in parts, because sitting here and playing with the shimmers makes it take so much longer, but I cannot look at them and not touch them. That is so pretty. One of the prettiest shades in my whole collection. Like I said, I did get this one in PR, which is the first thing they've ever sent me in PR, and it made my whole freaking day. I lost my mind with excitement because, like I said, they are my favorite brand. To get PR from them is like the oh my god, I made it moment. And I mean, take that for what you will. Then we have these two, which I've also really, really loved this year. I don't know, out of the two, which one is my favorite? Someone made a comment on my video with the crystallized palette and said, your favorite Bella Beauty Bar palette is whatever just came out, and you are not wrong. It really does feel like that, but looking at them open like this, I would say probably this one, because I like the shimmers in this one. Like, I love these two, don't get me wrong, but I feel like you have some unique ones in here, and that makes me love it. Although I do love like these acidic shades down here at the bottom. Those are fun. I love that Bella Beauty Bar adds dark shimmers in their palettes, because I love the way that adds to a look. But of course, I also really love a very smoky look, so it does make a lot of sense. But those are so pretty, and the way they shift Like, that one is so shifty, so beautiful. And that's not even my favorite shade. That would be this one out of both palettes. I love anything that turns fiery, flippy like that. Especially when the base shade is cool toned and then you flip it and you get all that warmth and brightness. It makes my heart so happy. It really reminds me of this shade in the Crystallized palette. However, they are very different. But both shades are the ones that I've been drawn to in both palettes. Like, you know, I have a type. These are fantastic. So, we also have Blend Bunny, and they have had some good launches this year. This one I just got, and I swatched it today. I'm going to start filming my looks with it tomorrow, but so far, just going off swatches alone, it feels incredible and is so beautiful. I also really enjoy this color story a lot. I'm excited to see the looks I created. I love the theme as well, but that's pretty much all I can even say about that without having used it. This is my favorite Blend Bunny palette of all time and my favorite launch that they've done this year. This is going to be really high up in my ranking as well. I love the Rotten palette so much. It goes alongside the Efflorescence. This is their collab with Maypeng, and it is amazing. One of my favorite color stories in my whole collection. So freaking unique and just beautiful. I love how beautifully chaotic this matte color story is. And these iridescent topper shimmers are so freaking pretty. Great highlights as well. I actually keep this in my face palette bin on my desk because I like using these as highlighters. They are really beautiful, but this color story is outstanding. I created some of the most fun looks that I've ever done with this palette. This blue and red is so beautiful together. You just have to trust me or just go watch my video, because I thought it turned out so beautiful. Such a gorgeous look. I would love to see like a red iridescent. I have never seen one of those. I would love to come across one. If you know of any, let me know, because that would have been gorgeous with this palette as well. Then I give it to the Beauty Below. This one is beautiful, but it kind of reminds me of the whole theme I was talking about earlier, how they've released a lot of similar palettes this year in this color story. I will say this is one of the better ones, and it is beautiful. The shimmers in here are really pretty as well, but I love the theme of this, like the dark side of the mermaid or siren, and it is gorgeous. I had a lot of fun with this. I love how deep and dark this palette is. I will say it is missing the lighter tones for me, but if I just reach into something else, I can easily get that. It just makes it difficult when reviewing because I like lighter mattes as well. But then we have the plastic palette. So this one, I love the format. I love that they tried something smaller, but for someone who doesn't like who loves a chaotic palette, this one to me does not make sense. It's like two separate palettes in one almost. I don't know. There's something about this that feels very off to me. I did not have fun with it, like creating looks. It has a beautiful formula, except for this shimmer. This is the prettiest shimmer in the palette, but it is very dull when you put it like beside the others. I mean, you've seen the other shimmers I've swatched, and even the other Blend Bunny shimmers, like, they're beautiful, but that one just feels really dull, and I don't know. It just did not meet my expectations, and I don't think this palette could have done very well because I've heard a lot of people say the same thing that I'm saying. So, like, I hope that it doesn't discourage her from doing a 12-pan palette in the future, because I would love to see her dive into that more, but this one just wasn't it. You know what I mean? Diveroon is one of the best brands I've ever laid my eyes on. They are up there with Bella Beauty Bar, and I am truly just so blown away by them. Their shimmers and everything just take my breath away. Honestly, I thought that I hated satins until I tried this Somber Soils quad from the Andromeda collection, and this is beautiful, and I really, really love this way more than I really ever thought I would. And I've never really given satins a fair try because I've like tried them from a few brands and didn't care for them, so I just assumed they were all like that, and that was kind of ignorant of me, to be honest, but I'm an imperfect person. But now I have a bar for what I expect a satin to be, and so far, outside of the one that I talked about in New Pores palette with Bella Beauty Bar, these are the best that I've ever tried, and they're the only brand besides that single satin and that Bella Beauty Bar palette that I have liked in my whole entire collection. To me, it feels like they're the only ones that's done it right, because while it is giving satin, the thing I find with a lot of satins with other indie brands is they seem to like bunch up and almost look cakey in a way, and I don't like that at all, so I've just been so turned off by them. But the first palette that launched this year was the Smitten palette. This was their Valentine's Day launch. The singles in this collection were amazing, and I love them so much. But this palette is so beautiful. I love the berry tones and the mauve tones with the added gray. That's one of my favorite color combos to wear. I'm actually thinking of doing a look similar like that with the new Blend Bunny palette. But I think these shimmers in this palette just complement this color story in such a beautiful way. And she has one of my favorite shimmer formulas of all time. And not only is it good, but the shades she comes out with are so unique. Everything about this brand, honestly, the highlighters are my favorite highlighters. If you saw my highlight and bronzer video, you know that. They are my favorite of all time. They're so beautiful. But it's just this, like the singles as well, like those are so good. The single Stray Cat came out in this collection, and it is one of my favorites. It is so beautiful. The new launch, like their Christmas launch, is on the way to me now. I want to do some type of video with it. I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna do because it's just like mascaras and singles, so I'll have to like come up with something, but I'm definitely doing something because I love their single shadows so much, and I'm so excited to try the mascaras that are colored. It's like Christmas colored mascaras. I think that is so cool as well. Then we have the Dewdrops 2. The Dewdrops 1 lives on my desk. This one will too after my ranking this year. I love this with my whole heart. Again, it's the shimmers with this brand. They are so incredible. Let's see if I can get this to focus. There we go. Like, they're so beautiful, you guys. I just cannot say enough. This shade is so pretty. It's like a pinky orange. My hand's a little damp. It's so pretty. It's that bright orange color. I love the split pans as well. I love the split pan highlighters. Those are really pretty. But a lot of these shades will work as highlighters too. They're just like an all-in-one, like, fantastic product that just works for so many different things. These are another two of my favorite palettes in my collection as well. Like, do you know how hard it's going to be to pick a top 10? I mean, it's a great problem to have, but it is going to be difficult because I love this. This is the other part of the Andromeda collection. It's the Magnetic Mineralia. I don't ever know if I'm saying that correctly. I love chartreuse. This one makes me happy. Again, it is packed full of cool tones. Sign me up. I think this is phenomenal. I mean, you're definitely going to have to love a cool tone for this, but the murky greens and then the pops of purple as well are so pretty. And then you also have the shimmers. Always the shimmers for me. You have a hollow in here. I kind of like it when it doesn't focus like that. You can see how sparkly they are. This is just such a beautiful palette. This shade right here has like that chartreuse flip, but it has that like wine mauve-y base. You can kind of see it. It's so pretty, you guys. One of my favorite palettes in my collection, hands down. I don't know what I would do if I had to rank all of my palettes, but that would be a hell of a long video, but I love this one. It's so good. And then we have Bizarre Botanicals. This is the newest one that I have at the moment, and again, I love this. While we're talking about it, actually, let me grab another palette. I've had quite a few people ask me to compare these two, and I did, like, for my own self before anyone even asked me to off camera, and they do have similarities. It's the pink and the like turquoise, the greens, and this has been such a favorite. I mean, you could tell. You can look at this. This is the Bella Beauty Bar Secret Garden. I have huge pan and Oasis down there. I have used and abused this palette to no end, and I still love this so much. But if I had to choose between the two, I would pick this one because, let me clean off my hand first. But the reason is, I feel like this one is more edited. You know what I mean? She really edited that matte color story down. And while it does have similarities, this one has a few twists and turns that this one does not. And that is another thing I love. It has these like added pops that make this palette more, like the green and then that purple and then this mint shade. And not even just that, the shimmers in this palette are some of the best shimmers in my whole collection. You have several marbled shades that are fantastic. You have a satin. There's like so many different formulas in here. Even this black matte has like this gorgeous like green witchy sparkle in it. You can blend it away, of course, if you want that, but you can pack it on and it looks gorgeous as well. But the color story is just so good. But it's the shimmers that steal the show even more. If you're shimmer obsessed like me, then you get what I'm saying. Like, look at those. They're so wet. This shade is so pretty. It has like these cream, like orange cream, like glitter reflex in it, but it is so bright and purple and has like pink glitters in it as well that are so beautiful. My little wipe has been through a lot. This shade is so pretty too. I love it. This one, like, I love them all. I could sit here and swatch every one of these Diverin palettes and just be living my best life ever. I cannot wait until I have enough palettes to rank them because that is going to be a blast. I cannot wait. Right now I have 9, so technically I only need 10 to do a ranking. So I should be able to do one eventually, like pretty soon. But I love them, you guys. I love them so much. Artitude is another brand for me. I missed one palette from them this year. I wasn't able to pick it up. And it was along that same color story as Gourmand Girls, Call of the Sirens, and the Beauty Below palette from Blend Bunny. So I just skipped it. And honestly, it doesn't really, I don't really care that I did because it wasn't my favorite. And to be honest, this one wasn't either. Sometimes I film really late at night and it's just like the day gets away from me. So I only have my looks on for a couple of hours in that initial review, but After I reviewed the palette, I wore it again several times, and I did notice one of the shades, I think it was this one, and one of maybe the pink, kind of just faded away. For me, this palette is beautiful, and I love the shimmers. I love Artitude's formula. This one is too muted, and I did have issues with a couple of the mattes, so because of that, it just wasn't a favorite. The shimmers are gorgeous though, but it's gonna be lower in my ranking because of that. But don't get me wrong, Artitude is one of my favorite brands for a good reason. They also come out with spectacular products. A lot of my favorite palettes are from Artitude. Starting with this one, we have the Ink and Roses. This was my favorite Valentine's Day launch. Mine had a little fall at the airport and broke, which really sucks. I need to buy another one, but I love this color story. One thing I love about them too is, like a lot of the other brands I've already talked about doing the same thing, is their palettes have these gorgeous pops in them, and I think that is so fun. For this palette, it's the gray, the green, and this green, and if you take them away, it's just like a mauve palette. You know what I mean? A mauve neutral palette. But these three shades add this whole other twist to this palette. And you can see these pops of green within some of these shimmers, which ties it all together in just this gorgeous way. And I love them. It makes me so happy. But these two are amazing. I love the vintage and the urban neutrals. There's nothing about these palettes that are neutral, but the color stories are so beautiful. And again, you have those pops with the pink and this peach color. The shimmers are so fun. I have pan in 3 shades in this palette because I could not stop myself from using it. It makes me so happy. The peach and green look I did with this one was so good. When I filmed the looks, I've used this many times off camera as well, but it is just so freaking fantastic. They also have a fantastic matte and shimmer formula as well, and the urban neutrals is so cool and icy. I should have put this in my winter favorites. It's not technically a winter palette, but it does give me like the winter vibes, and oh, they just did it so well. I think this is beautiful. The hollow in here is so pretty. And for this one, I feel like the pops of color are more so the neutrals. And then you have this bright pop of purple. And this warm tone brown, which can really change up a whole look. It changes up the whole vibe of the palette. Like, you see that hollow shiftiness in there. It's stunning. And then we have Fantasy Cosmetica. I love them. I own every palette they have ever launched, and I have bought them all. I am excited for the day I get on their PR list, but until then, I will continue to buy them all because they are one of my top favorite brands as well. My favorite palette they launched this year is the Ranger palette. I love this color story. It is very neutral, but it's not at the same time. These muted reds with the green, the murky greens are so fun. I love this pastel green as well. I love the looks I created with this. It is so beautiful. They have a gorgeous shimmer formula too. Very reflective and shiny and just overall, like 10 out of 10, amazing. I also really loved Betty Jean's collab, The Witch is Familiar. This palette is gorgeous. I love the berry tones. I've never played with berries in a palette this heavy, in this color story, and like playing with berries layered on berries. And I love that about this one. It made me step out of my comfort zone and try something new that I'd never tried before. And I loved it. I had so much fun. These shimmers in this palette too are very impactful, very beautiful. But this palette truly feels like Betty Jean, and I think they did such a great job. Then we have the Monk palette, which launched for Valentine's Day. And I loved that because they gave us something different. And in a sea of cool tones this year, I loved having a palette this warm. This palette is so pretty, and I love the looks that I created with it. And I think Fantasy Cosmetica creates the best 9 pans that I've ever used and picked up. I think they're so freaking good, and this whole series has been so fun, and I love them. It's always something new and interesting, and they just do such a good job. Now this is my new one, the Artificer. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but this one is less me, but it goes so well with all of these and a bunch of the other older ones I have, and I love them, so I'm excited to have it. I love the shimmers in the palette as well. They have a fantastic matte formula too. I don't know if I said that. Then I have this one. This one isn't new, but it's in my, I had it in that area, so I just said whatever and brought it out. But this is all of my hollows from Fantasy Cosmetica, and this magnetic palette launched alongside this collection, and not only was this awesome, but the tools that you could pick up to get out the singles and stuff or rearrange a palette, I love them so much. That really added a lot to my collection, and I'm very excited to have those because I am constantly moving and rearranging things, so it makes sense for me. But these hollows are so good as well. If I swatch one, we're going to be here for 10 years because I'm going to want to swatch them all. I think Adept only launched 4 palettes this year, and I have 3 of them. I think I got all of these in PR. I might have picked up this one, the EBES palette. I cannot remember, but I love this. So if I could change anything about it though, there is something I would change. I would take away at least one of these colors and add in like a muted red or something, and I would probably change this color. I like the green that it shifts to, but to me that pink makes 0 sense in this palette, and it almost confuses me. But other than that, I really love this. This shimmer is one of my favorites of all time. It's like the ultimate Christmas shimmer. It's a holochrome, but it is a red and green multi-chrome, and it's so pretty. Literally, I could just stop speaking like I wasn't even talking. But their shimmer formula is incredible. Their matte formula is not bad, but it's not the best either. But I still like it. I enjoy working with it. It performs well for me. But then we also have the Emo palette, which is this one, and then the Minka as well. I watched Angelica Nikovic's eyeshadow palette ranking today, and she's mentioned quite a few times that these are very similar, and I can totally see what she's saying. The vibes, like, they're not dead-on dupes, but they're giving that same vibe, and it's really hard. I love both of them, but if I had to pick one, it probably would be, I don't know, it's hard. I like this matte color story and overall color story more, but this one has my favorite shade in it. It's called Linda. It's so pretty. But I do see what she's saying, that they kind of not really dupe themselves, but it's like they're stuck in this era, or in this, it's like they're stuck in this thing where they're like really caught up in this vibe of a palette. And while these are beautiful and I love having them, there are differences with them all. I do feel like they all look kind of similar, and I think some of it has to do with the packaging. I do like this packaging. It is nice quality, but I preferred their older packaging, and it also set the palettes to where they were like more different from one another, and I miss that as well. But I still love these. They're some of my favorites. They have one of my favorite shimmer formulas as well. They're always such a blast to play with. So Gourmand Girls this year has launched 6 palettes, and they have had a very good launch year. They have launched some really big hits this year that I have loved tremendously. So this is their latest palette, the Mostly Merry. The quality of this palette, of the shadows inside, are truly beautiful. But out of her launches this year, this is my least favorite. I don't really care for palettes where the lid can come off like that. It's a pet peeve thing. If you don't mind that, then you're not going to have an issue at all. But it's not even just that. The color story isn't my favorite. But with that being said, the look that I did with this palette was my favorite. I loved it so much. Like I said, this palette is very, very gorgeous. Like, the shimmers are so beautiful. She's another one that has one of my favorite shimmer formulas. Like, look at that. It is sickening. This one just wasn't made for me, and that's okay. But with that being said, I do recommend it. If you like the color story, and I do think the packaging is beautiful, I just prefer it to be like in something like this, if that makes sense. And also, I don't know if I mentioned, I did get all of these in PR as well, which truly is such a honor because I love Gourmand Girls. I have loved them for such a long time, and you're about to find out all of the reasons why. So her first launch this year, I think, was Bitten. It was her Valentine's Day launch, and this was, if not the best, one of the best Valentine's Day launches. This color story is so fun. Everything that I love so much. She's another brand like Artitude and all of the other ones I mentioned. She has a very good eye for color stories, and she finds this way to create them. And even though like Call of the Sirens, for example, has a similar color story to the one from Blend Bunny, the Beauty Below, I prefer this one from Gourmand Girls because her palettes always have a twist. And the color story she chooses always makes them different. They stand out in a crowd. Like, they are just so gorgeous. And there's so many different looks you can make with a palette when it's made like that. It makes them more useful to have in your collection, I feel like. And this one is outstanding. I love the shimmer quality in here as well, but it's the color story really just takes me out. I love the grays. Like, look at that shade. I love the grays with the purples and the reds and the berries, and you have like this pop of like a pastel purple as well. It is so freaking pretty. So in that video I told you about where I ranked all of the neutral palettes in my collection, this one, spoiler alert if you haven't seen it, ranked as number 1. For a good reason. This is my kind of neutral palette. It is neutral, but you also have this beautiful pop of green. You have some swampy greens as well. I love the mauves and the purple down here. It's more of a wine, but then you have this cool tone purple as well. These are gorgeous. These shimmers are so pretty. They take my breath away. I lost my mind over this palette for very good reason. And little did we know, like, she was just getting started when this one launched. That is just some of the shimmers. Do you see those golds? And I love that there's a cool tone gold and a warm tone, because not every look needs one or the other. You know, sometimes you need something more specific, and I love the variation that was put in here. I think it makes it stand out even that much more. And then we have the Call of the Sirens, since we have already talked about it a couple times in this video. I mean, she speaks for herself. This palette is so gorgeous. Love the jewel tones. Love the added gray again. I love the pastel pop. This is a brilliant color story. I do have pan in a shade as well because I literally could not get enough. I love the pop of neutral as well. I feel like that adds another layer to this palette that makes it that much better. But these two are my favorite Gourmand Girl palettes, and these are some of the best launches this year as well. Just when I pick a favorite out of the two, I open the other one and then change my mind. I can't pick. So we have the Nevermore, which is like Edgar Allan Poe and a spinoff from like the Wednesday series. And then we have Trapped. Trapped is freaking gorgeous too. But let's start with this one. When she showed me this, I lost my mind. Again, the chartreuse. Yes, the shimmers in here are so good. I love this color story. It is very cool, but very beautiful. Oh my God, it makes me so happy. This shimmer right here is gorgeous. But you already know this is my favorite because it has that like peachy pink flip. It is so freaking pretty. And then you have this gorgeous blue, green. I think it shifts to blue. No, yeah, it shifts to blue. I'm not completely crazy. It's so pretty. And like that bright grass green. This is such a fun palette. And the looks you can get out of it again, they're like never ending. And that's what I love. I feel like she delivers that every time with her launches. And then Trapped. Trapped is so gorgeous. And I love how deep and dark this outer corner is, and these pastels. Together, this is so perfect. It has all of the contrast my heart desires. I have pan in this shade too. This is also a newer palette to my collection. And look at that one. You can either like mix it up and it turns into like a purple, a cool tone purple, which is really pretty, or you can pick it up on your finger like that and like stamp it on the eye, and it is gorgeous. There's so many fun color eye looks in here, like this yellow in the inner corner, and then this deep, rich purple all in the crease. Like, it's gonna be a dark look, yes, but it's gonna be really pretty. And then put one of these shimmers on the lid, maybe this one. Yeah, all over the lid, and that would be so pretty. Even leaning into like that shade or this shade, or even like this deep like antique gold, but it's kind of swampy too. Oh, it's so pretty. Like I said, she's done amazing things this year, and I cannot wait to see what she does next year as well. I am just truly just blown away by Gourmand Girls. She launched one of my favorite palettes last year as well, which was the Peach palette. It's still one of my favorite palettes of all time. We will see it in a little bit, and I can share why I love that one so much too. Okay, so let's talk about Lethal. I was recently added to their PR list, and it's so freaking exciting because I have really dived in more to Lethal this year, starting with the Dexter palette, and I am so obsessed with this color story. It is not even funny. I kind of store this to where it just looks like decor because I hate storing it, but it makes like such perfect sense for the theme, and they just did such a great job on this. I love this so much. I love the shimmers. I love this like blackened shimmer, but it has that red iridescent metallic in it, and it also has this gorgeous green flip as well that just takes my breath away. And just all of the shimmers in here. The silver is really pretty too. They're all so pretty. Every time I look at this palette, I want to dig it out and create another look for it. I keep trying to show you like these two end shades, but that silver is literally so blinding that you can't see it. And then we have the Serpentine palette. I love this packaging so much that I put it back in here, but it's so cool. It's like terigami. And then we have the palette. I love the artwork, the snake on the front. This palette is gorgeous. It's like dark Christmas. They released it at a perfect time. This like light green beside that purple and red makes me want to pair that on the eyes so bad. I don't know why I didn't do that, but just looking at it right now, that's all I can imagine. Even just this in the inner corner and then the red throughout the crease, that would be so pretty, especially if you pulled in like a green iridescent or a red iridescent if you can find one. But this one is phenomenal. The shimmers in this are really, really pretty as well, which is why I'm excited that I'm able to do the giveaway because I loved this full collection. Then we have the Conjuring palette. So this one is fantastic quality and I love the looks that I created, but for me this one is a little too neutral heavy. And then I seen Angelica's look with it and it was so gorgeous and creative, and I'm like, man, maybe I need to like try to create another look because I felt uninspired in a way, but I think it might have been me. Like, we've had a lot going on and I've been going through a lot of stuff, and that definitely impacts my mood sometimes. Because this is gorgeous, and after seeing her look, I'm like, girl, it's definitely a you problem. But I will say, if you love the color story, you will love this. It is phenomenal quality. And then we have the Adventure Time. I love how plushy this is. And we have a very colorful, very beautiful rainbow palette. The shimmers in here are really, really pretty. Look at that. It's so blinding. This one was really fun to create looks with as well. I love that shade with my whole entire heart. I will say though, oh, and that's a hollow. I'm very excited for their next launch, and that's all I can say. But I think the whole world is going to go nuts over that one. And I cannot wait to get it in my hands because, oh, it's going to be so fun. Glam Light. So I thought this one launched last year, but I looked on my video and it didn't. I didn't review it till January. So this is the least amount of palettes I've ever bought from Glam Light in a year. I don't know. I kind of just really been concentrating on like purchasing from like other indie brands this year. I will say there's a couple I wish I would have picked up, like the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory one and the Lord of the Rings palette. I still regret not getting that one, but I do have these two. One of them I haven't even used yet. I think it's this one. I swatched it, but I never actually used it. I got it and it took a long time to get to me, so by the time I got it, I was leaving to go on a trip, and I ended up not playing with it on camera. That whole collection, it was kind of a waste of money, if I'm being honest. I do think these are beautiful. I do love Glam Light as well. Out of the two color stories, I am more drawn to this one. This one is like kind of similar to, I feel like, what they've been doing, and that's one of the reasons why I think I took a step back, because it's like I get tired of those same boring color stories. I mean, it wasn't boring at first, but I feel like it is now, you know what I mean? So I've just taken a step back, but I will say these are beautiful, and those other two palettes that I did mention, those color stories were different, and I kind of wish I would have picked them up because they were gorgeous. And then we have the Holiday Sweets palette from last year. I could have swore I mentioned this one in that ranking, but without having to rewatch that whole ranking, which I'm not even trying to do, there's no way of knowing, so I'm just gonna put it in this one. This one is okay. Like, the shimmers are really, really pretty in here, but it's very shimmer heavy for a 9-pan, and for me, this is not a standalone palette. But if you were someone who might like to do like a matte throughout the crease and like a shimmer on the lid for those like quick one and done types of looks, I do think this is beautiful for that, and it's very impactful. But for me, someone who likes to do like full beat makeup, It just does not make sense. I do think, though, this was only available in those mystery bundles that they had last year. So I don't think you can get it still. I almost forgot about this palette from Gourmand Girls. This is a collab they did with the Ice Cream Beauty Box, but she also has it up on the site as well. It is the La Petite Mansion. So I actually have already swatched this, but I have not done any looks with it just yet. But this is such a beautiful, like, fall color story. I love it so much. The shimmers in here are really gorgeous. You have 3 different shimmer formulas. Like, this one is more like smooth and silky. These 3. Like, look how freaking blinding those are. But then you also have 2 satins, and you have this one. This one is more flaky, but it is like high impact shine. Really gorgeous. And I like this satin that's in this palette. And keep in mind, I have not used any of this on the eyes just yet. It's really pretty. But this one feels a little like more sheer than what I typically would go for. So that's probably not going to be a favorite for me. But I do love the color story of this palette. And while I might not care for that green satin, I do love the other shades, and I think it's going to be a blast. I love the Gourmand Girls formula, so I have high hopes that this is going to be another favorite. The artwork is giving like the cottage on Matilda, you know, the one her teacher lives in. Let's do Odin's eye. So it's actually the next day, and today they just announced the 2 new Merry Christmas and Christmas Eve palettes, and I am so excited about these because they are even more impactful than the first 2. Let's start with the Christmas Eve. This might be my favorite out of the 2, but I love the color story. I loved it originally as well, but they have amped up quite a few things in here, and I just think it's beautiful. We even have hollows. Like, all of the shimmers are either multi-chromes or duos, which did raise the price on it. So I've had a few people mention the price. It's around $70. And I completely understand where they're coming from because, like, everyone's struggling right now. I'm struggling, so I completely get it. But I think the reason the price went up is because it's double the amount of product, plus they made all of the shades special. But if you are interested, I do think they are beautiful, and I really do love them. If I had not have gotten them in PR, I definitely would have picked them up myself. And then, of course, we have the Merry Christmas palette. I really loved the looks I did with these, and they've been so fun to play with off camera as well. Like, look at that. They're just so freaking gorgeous. Then we have the other Odin's Eye palettes that launched this year, starting with, or there were other launches that they had, but these are the ones that I have. All of these I did get in PR as well. So starting with Spring Alva, this one is really beautiful. I love the color story. It is giving spring to me in like all the best ways. And I think it is gorgeous. I love like the pop of purple in here. I think that is so pretty because some of this is like very muted, but then you have these 2 like vibrant pops. I feel like really adds a lot to the color story, and the shimmers in here are really pretty. I will say though, when doing my looks, I love the looks that I did, but I did have issues. Let me open these and I will explain. Okay, so all of these palettes have like a lighter shimmer in them, and they are so beautiful, but I think it was this one in this palette. When I was doing my look, if I was using more than one shimmer, I had to do the lighter one last because it just, I don't know, the way it was laying on top of the others, it almost made it look too thick, if that makes sense. But as long as I did it last, it was perfectly fine. But I could not, if you are familiar with me and my channel, you know that shade is so pretty. You know I love to like mix my shimmers and all of that, and I feel like there are a couple of shades within these 4 palettes where you really can't do that with them. They're a little more finicky to work with, but with that being said, I still love them dearly. I had so much fun creating looks with them. These 3 are my favorite out of them. I think they're so gorgeous. I love the autumn. This one, it is so beautiful. This color story just takes my breath away. It is so fun, and I really love this one. I love this one way more than I thought I would. I love the icy blues, and this pop of red shimmer is so fun, but it has like the perfect green like glitter reflex in it, if I can get it to focus. This camera has a harder time focusing than I do, but it's really pretty. It's like the ultimate Christmas shade. It's so pretty. And I really love this one as well, but I had fun with all of them. So then we have the Odin's Eye Ice Crystal palette, and this one was very fun as well. For me, this palette is lacking depth. You do have these 2 gray shades down here. This one is a little bit deeper, but they are kind of similar, and I love a deep, dark, dramatic outer corner. I always have, but with this palette, it's really hard to do that, and the mattes and everything in this one performed so well. But even if you want to use like this black silver shimmer all over the lid, you really don't have anything deep enough for the crease, I feel like, to make it look right. So for me, this is not a standalone palette. But with that being said, I don't know what is going on with the camera today, but it is struggling. But with that being said, it is a gorgeous palette. There are some really pretty shades in here. For me, when I look at this though, I like to look at it in halves. The color story makes more sense that way. I would have loved to have just had this side as a palette because that is my favorite part of the whole palette. It's so pretty, and I love that color story. This is the first one and the only palette of these bigger ones I have from Odin's Eye. Then we have Simply Posh. So, as for this brand, these 3, the Black Cherry, the Down to Earth, and the Gingerbread Bakery, I was lucky to get in PR. I also have a code with several of these brands, including Simply Posh. It's AOML, but this one is an older palette that I bought, I think last summer, and I just got around to using it this year when I did the 3 palettes with the Simply Posh palettes, and I loved the look I did with this. I don't think you can buy this one anymore, but I think the shades in here are really, really pretty. I do mix up my Simply Posh palettes and kind of use the shades to create my own layout and color story. For me, it makes me feel more creative, like I've mentioned, and I can just come up with better looks, in my opinion. And then we have the Gingerbread Bakery. This one was so fun. I've heard some people talk about how they didn't they didn't think the pastels were good, but I used a white base with mine, so I didn't have any issues at all. I need to use them without the white base so I can form my own thoughts on that, but from what I did and what I used to create the looks, I love this so much. The looks were so beautiful. This one was so good. They sent me this one when they sent me Black Cherry. The Down to Earth, this color story is amazing, and I love the way that I laid this palette out. It's just so intriguing to my eye. This color story on the eye is so beautiful. Especially if you do like all 6 of these, not even just, you don't even have to do all 6, but using this like in the inner corner, and like the front half of the crease deepened up with this shade, and then doing like this deep green in the outer corner, maybe using some of this to blend it out. You could even do one of these two to deepen up, and then this shimmer all over the lid is so pretty. I love it so much. I love a green that shifts to a pinky orange like that. It's so pretty. And then you could even do this in the first half of the lid and then use this green to deepen up the back half. It's just such a fun palette. I had such a blast. And I really don't know how to pick a favorite out of these three because I also really, really freaking loved the black cherry. And again, I did jumble mine up and I love the way this looks. I love the shimmers that are in this palette as well. I had so much fun creating looks with this one. I was so in love with them. This shimmer is so pretty. It's like a pinky mauve situation. My hand's a little wet, but it has like these very tiny iridescent green glitters that are just so stunning. And with this shade, this one's like more mauvey. It has a dark base, but has like green and purple shimmers. It's so gorgeous. This one was so much fun. I wanted this when it launched, and I was talking about it in a video, and somehow either someone told them that I mentioned it or they saw the video, because that's what made them reach out to me and how I got on their PR list. So if you were the one that mentioned it to them, thank you so much, because I've loved being on their PR list. I had so much fun creating with these palettes this year. Let's do some randoms, because there are some brands that I picked stuff up from and reviewed, but I only reviewed like one or two things from them. So this one is a by Mario palette. It is the Ethereal Eyes Moonlight. I just got this in a BoxyCharm, and when I saw that I was getting it and saw the picture, I was like, oh, I'm gonna put that in my giveaway box. But then I opened it, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't understand what the fuss was about with the Makeup by Mario palettes. And while I still have not used this on the eyes, like even that is so pigmented, but while I haven't used this on the eyes yet, these shimmers are so freaking wet looking and gorgeous. They're so soft and they feel like so thin. They are so pretty. Like, why didn't anyone tell me how good these were? I have totally been missing out. So I'm going to do a reel or something with this one as soon as I can. And I'm going to get on that because that is so pretty. I'm so glad they sent this to me because I never would have picked it up on my own. And this is beautiful. I did not realize what I was missing. So then I have these two from Revolution. And honestly, I haven't touched them since I reviewed them, but from what I remember, I think they were pretty good, especially for drugstores. So this is the Smoky Icon, and then we have the Eternal Icon. So I think there's like a cream, yeah, two creams in this one and in the other one. And then you also have the shimmers. I think I created a look with them together. These are pretty, and I'm happy that I got to review them and see like how much their like formula has really updated, because I haven't used them since I first really started getting into makeup. But I probably will let these be the first two things I declutter. However, I am gonna have to keep them for now until I do my end of the year ranking, but these are going in the declutter pile. So I also have the Welcome to Dairy from Melt, and this palette is cool. I love the collection itself. I thought it was really awesome. I loved the details they put into the collection. However, I've mentioned it several times. I do feel like this would have been better as a bigger palette. I wish we would have had a matte red, a matte white, and maybe some kind of other colors in here, because the only two matte shades you have that are completely matte are the like mustard and the yellow, which I love those two shades, but to me it does not make sense for the theme of the palette. And while I will still use this for what it is, when I was trying to film a look to create something it was impossible because I did not have those colors. I just feel like they should have made this like an 8 pan or a 12 pan and added a little more to it. I wish, while I loved like the other parts of this collection, I wish I would have waited and bought the Edward Scissorhands collection. If I would have known, I would have done that. But by the time the Edward Scissorhands collection came around, I couldn't afford to pick it up. So I had to miss out, and I would have much rather had that color story than this one. These two I will also be decluttering because these are the Morphe palettes, and the pastel one is not good at all in my opinion. I am used to indie shadows, and once you go indie, you just can't go back, and these pastels were very weak. The shimmers are okay. Like, even if you wet them, I've already did like that whole thing. They're okay. Like, that pink one is pretty. But I have things in my collection that are better than this. The mattes are very weak, and I just don't care for it. This is the Sky-Fi palette. And then I also have the Cyberchrome. I like this one more than I did the other one. This one is really pretty, especially if you wet these shades. Like, that silver is gorgeous, but I know like the mattes are okay. You know what I mean? And I know if I want to create a look, it's not going to be with this one. I mean, I have like the Bella Beauty Bar Morally Gray, and I do like the packaging, and I'm excited to see like what other changes they decide to make with their eyeshadow formula in the future. But for now, this just is not my favorite. However, I will say their face products have been amazing. I've bought several things and I have loved them all. So I am excited to see more changes with Morphe. This palette from Question Beauty, I don't remember what it was called. I'm thinking Fable and Spice. I could be wrong. This is so gorgeous though, and I had so much fun with this palette. For me, the standout in this is definitely the shimmers, and I would absolutely love, ooh, I picked up too much, but do you see that green? I would love to try more from this brand in 2026. It's a goal. As long as it's something I feel like I'm going to be interested in, I am so on board. This hollow is breathtaking. So pretty. But I am so interested in trying more from them. These are just such beautiful shimmers. I like the matte formula as well. From what I remember, I think it was like a little kick-uppy, but they're very pigmented mattes, really fun to blend and all of those things. I give this a 10 out of 10. I tried to try a lot of new indie brands this year, and honestly, I kind of fell off at the end because it feels like when I try a new brand, I apparently need to do like more research and see if they're like problematic, because I've tried a few brands and then like I get comments about how they have horrible customer service and all of these terrible things, and then I feel guilty for talking about them on my channel. And it becomes this whole thing. So it's almost hard to try a brand you already don't know and trust for that reason. But I also do like discovering new brands. And speaking of that, let's talk about HE.MAKEUPENTHUSIAST Cosmetics. This is such a shame. Okay, this is the Frosted Fairy Prismatic Pastels. This palette is glorious. Oh, I loved it so much. I love the shimmers, loved the mattes, loved the color stories, but I'll be danged if a few days later it didn't blow up on the internet about her making fun of a customer and calling her ugly and all of this stuff. And like the emails were leaked and it was terrible. And I can't support a brand that does that. So this is going to be the last thing I buy from them. Like some things I don't really like to try. I don't really like to just completely cut a brand off and like never give them another chance. I do believe that people can change, but I don't know if I really believe that a bully changes. And I felt like the way that that person handled that whole situation was like straight up cruel bullying that is so harmful. And as someone who has went through school, especially in the younger years, being severely bullied, I just cannot get behind that. So while I even hate to get rid of this because I love it so much, I think I'm going to and let someone else have it. Then we have the Dancing Lights from Gloss Gods. So this was amazing. This is the first palette I ever tried from Gloss Gods, and they really just freaking nailed it. And I love this so much. I love the color story. When I was talking about the new Artitude palette that launched, the last one they launched, and I said I had similar color stories, this is almost identical to that palette. And while I have no doubt that one from Artitude would be beautiful, I loved this one so dearly that I really felt okay missing out on the one from Artitude. This formula is so good. They don't come out with a lot of colorful palettes, at least I could be so wrong on that, but from what I'm remembering as someone who's never even purchased from the brand, I don't remember them coming out with a lot of them. So that's why I never really purchased from them before, because I am more of a colorful lover. But this is so fantastic, and honestly, I cannot wait to be able to purchase from them again because I loved this. The pastels in this palette are so good as well. I was blown away. So next we have the Dark Winter palette from Electrum Cosmetics. This is another new to me brand that I reviewed this year, and the shimmers in this palette are so freaking amazing. I lost my mind over them, but I hated this top row of mattes. I love the color story, but they just did not perform very well at all. I could totally see myself being interested in picking up singles from them. Like, that is so pretty. But unless they reformulate their mattes, I don't see myself buying another palette because the matte formula really needs a serious overhaul. But they're also another brand that I reviewed and then got a ton of comments about them and their customer service, so it makes it kind of hard. Then we have the Pat McGrath Petamorphosis. I did keep the box because it's the first, like, one of these mothership palettes I've ever bought myself. I have been gifted some Pat McGrath palettes from one of my friends here on YouTube, and I loved this. It is very neutral for me, but I do really love this. I had so much fun, especially after someone told me you're supposed to like wet some of these shimmers. I actually did not know that. It was a baked formula, but I should have looked it up. This is gorgeous. I love the shimmers. I can totally see like what the hype is, the weight of this palette. It is so like luxe, but I have had a lot of people tell me that this isn't as good as their like original ones, and I would still like to pick up some of the original ones. And we have the Mingo palette from Devinah Beauty. This is another one that I got to try this year for the first time, and I have nothing but amazing things to say. The shimmers are so pretty. This color story is so gorgeous. And I absolutely love the matte formula as well. This was just such a fun palette. Such a like breath of fresh air. That shimmer is so freaking stunning. Someone just commented on one of my videos talking about one of their favorite shades in their Bella Beauty Bar Come Play With Us palette is this shade Imaginary Friend, which I can totally relate. I said it was mine too. But this shade is, the way it looks is similar. Like it's a completely different color, yes. But that speckled like formula that it has is very, very similar to this shade in this palette, only it is a different color. They are both so beautiful, and I think if you like that shade, you will love this one too. And there's two of them in this palette. They're really, really pretty. We are almost through the ones that I reviewed this year. It's been a lot, but it's been fun. I also have the American Psycho from Wicked Widow. I bought this to review it, and if you can tell by looking at it, I never even swatched it. I need to use it. I was so excited to get this because I discovered Wicked Widow last year, and I've had a blast, like, playing with that palette that I picked up. But when I got it, I don't know, the color story was a little underwhelming, but I don't want to get rid of it until I use it. I should have used it. And honestly, this would be a pretty Christmas palette, but look at those shimmers. They have a very nice matte and shimmer formula, and I've loved like trying their stuff out. Aren't they the ones that did the crow? Yeah, I did that one last year. I lost my mind over that palette, which is the reason I wanted to buy this one. But I just wasn't a fan of the color story. I think it's a bit too neutral heavy, but it's still like gorgeous. I mean, and then we have Tainted from Jolie Beauty. This one I've dipped in a little. I've not swatched the full palette, and I've not used very much out of it. Like there's only a few shades I've even touched. I did buy their newest launch, and I am going to do a review. This one, I bought it before I was going on a trip, and then it ended up coming late, and I didn't get it in time to review it. But it is beautiful. I thought I had a code with them, but it's not working anymore. It's probably because I haven't been like reviewing their stuff. So, I mean, it makes perfect sense. But I am very excited to play with their new palette when it gets here. It's very, like, dark and swampy and beautiful. I love grungy color stories like that, so I am thrilled. These shimmers are so beautiful. And Betty Jean seems to really love this brand, Betty Bean. And I'm excited. I'm excited to get the new one. I'm excited to play with this one more. It's a fabulous brand. I also really love their cream blushes and their lip liners. Those are fantastic products as well. Then we have 3 palettes I tried from Clarity Cosmetics. So this one I got in a ice cream beauty box, and this is freaking gorgeous. This is a brand I see myself really diving into in 2026 because they have some gorgeous color stories. I tried them once before, but I did take a break because I had issues with their shimmer formula breaking when it was like in shipping, and I actually got another one in an ice cream beauty box that came broken because it was that older formula. So now that they fixed that problem, I am all in because they, I think, hand make their shadows, but do you see this green? Like, their shimmers are so freaking pretty. I love their, like, themes. I love their color stories. This one is just so beautiful. I love that shade. These shimmers are very smooth. I am so excited. So this is the Stained Glass. And this one I reviewed recently. We have the other side. which is so beautiful. I had so much fun with this. The shimmers in this one are really gorgeous as well, like very impactful, high shine. The mattes are really nice. This one I know is handmade. I could tell by the matte formula, but the mattes performed beautifully. Then I have the I Love Coffee palette. I bought this when I was doing that neutral palette review video. This one is not my favorite. I'm keeping it because, like I said, I really want to review more from this brand next year, and I like keeping all of the palettes of the brands that I review because I like to do like rankings and videos talking about those palettes. So it's helpful to have them on hand, but this is too neutral for me. In all fairness, I knew that when I bought it, but I will say, like, these shimmers are so delicious. And if you are a neutral girly, you will absolutely lose your mind over this because it is stunning. Then we have my little stack from Clionadh. So the light scatters I did by myself. These were all gifted at a Creators and Friends event. This is amazing. I love this full collection. This is a collaboration. Is it Bad to the Brow? Yes. And it is amazing. The brushes are like so perfect. I love them. But the glitter glue that was in this is so delicious. Look at her. If it will focus. So well loved. I love this. The shimmers in this palette are so beautiful. Clionadh is a brand I would love to get more from, but they are expensive. They're so special, so it makes sense. Let me swatch a few and then I'll show you the swatch. Like I was saying, they are very, very special shades and expensive to make. So the price makes sense, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm too poor. Sometimes it's really hard to be able to pick up a whole lot from them. And most of the time I can make excuses for myself and say like, well, I'm going to do a video, so it's fine. But in this instance, when it comes to buying singles, that just doesn't work. But I do love this. Oh, I love it so much. And then the ones that were gifted. I wanted this so bad when it came out, but I could not afford to get it. And look at her. This is so beautiful. Every time. I was so excited when I got this at the Creators and Friends. This shade out here is so gorgeous. It's like this murky green, but it has a pewter base and this like purpley blue flip. You can kind of see it there. They're all like so breathtaking. I could sit here and swatch every single one of these and live my best life ever and be so happy, but I have a lot of palettes to get through, probably close to 400, so I'm already swatching too much. Then I have these two little ones that I also got. I don't know the names of these. They're just like little quads, and they're so cute. I love them. So I've not used them on their own, but I have dipped into shimmers. But these are going to be amazing travel quads. Look at that. And I really like the color story of these as well. Like, they're really pretty. Isn't that giving you Christmas vibes? You could really create a gorgeous Christmas look with these. But I love these. And they have a store. Like, I wish so much that I lived close to them because you could go in and like swatch everything. Oh, that would be so fun. Then I also tried NBA Cosmetics this year. This one was pretty good as well. Not my favorite out of what I've tried, but honestly, it wasn't bad either. There's pros and cons to these. One of them, I think it was this one, which is Moonlight Realm. I had issues like trying to layer the deeper shade on top of a lighter shade. But as long as you start with the deeper shade, you're fine. That's the only issue I had with the matte. The other two were fine. And then the shimmers were gorgeous. I will say most of these shimmers are flaky, but man, oh man, they are so impactful, so beautiful. This is my favorite for sure, Cursed Moon. I love it so much. I had so much fun creating looks with it. This is my other favorite, and if I wasn't a collector slash hoarder, I would probably get rid of the Enchanted Elixir because I already have favorite monochromatic purple palettes, which we will get to soon, but that one was okay. I feel like the other two stand out, especially this one, because while it is monochromatic, it has twists like the gray and the black that add a whole layer. And then you also get a twist with the two like brighter, warmer shimmers. And these two feel a bit too monochromatic, if that makes sense. But at least in this one, you do get the blue shimmer down here. Well, it's like blue to green. I definitely wouldn't hesitate to try them again as long as I see something that catches my eye. These two from Cryptine Cosmetics I was disappointed in, one more than the other. So these are the Secret Garden 1 and 2, and they're in correct order. So the one that was like the worst was 1. The shimmers are in here are really, really beautiful. I absolutely love them. They are great quality, but the mattes are way too light, and you almost have to use these mattes as like neons, where you can't blend them out, you can't put anything on top of them. It is not a good pastel formula at all. You have to just like use it to pop it in the inner corner or lightly tap it around the edges after you have like done the deeper shade first. They're very finicky, which is why I was so disappointed in this one, and I was so excited for these, but I do really love the shimmers. I've heard good things about some of their other palettes, and I would be interested in trying them again, but maybe not palettes that have pastels in them, because I just don't think their pastel formula is very good. However, this one was a lot better than the other one. I prefer the other color story, although I do think this one is beautiful as well, but I'm still happy I tried them. Then I have 2 from Sigma. This one I did get in PR from Sigma, which is so exciting to get PR from them and have a code, because I love Sigma. Like a whole wide range of their products, from their lip products to the eye primer, the bronzer, the blushes, and most certainly the brushes. They are my absolute favorites alongside my Singe Beauty. So this one I really do like. I think this color story is very pretty, especially for someone like me who isn't so much a neutral lover as much as I am color. I think the colors they put in this palette really give it like this whole wide range of different types of eye looks you can get. They have a gorgeous, like easy, dependable eyeshadow formula as well. Their mattes are some of the absolute best, but their shimmers, which one do I want to swatch? Let's do this one. They are so beautiful. And just, I don't know, man, like you can always count on a Sigma palette. This one is beautiful quality, the Spectrum, but it is just not made for me. It absolutely was not. This is way too neutral, but I do really like the shimmers in this palette. So this one for me is fun to use in like with my Cleona singles, like a neutral crease, and then use a colorful single on the lid. That is a blast, which is why I am keeping it. That, and it's Sigma, and I love them, but it's just, as a standalone, it was never made for me. I'm just not that girl. Okay, so finally made it to my actual shelves. We're starting out with Dee Signature. This is the rest of my collection from her. Starting with the Makeup on Your Radar and Dee Signature collab. I just checked and apparently her account has been banned again, which really sucks. Meaning Makeup on Your Radars, because she's my favorite beauty account. But we have their collab, which is 4 palettes. Starting with the Extravagance, the Elegance, I love this one, the Eloquence, beautiful, and this one stays on my desk typically because I love like these iridescent toppery shades for highlighters and inner corner when I'm wanting something sparkly. But I love this little collection, and I think it was a fun collab. This palette is the Sweet Aesthetics from Dee Signature, and she has vastly improved her brand since this one with packaging and formula, just all around. This one I am keeping because I love to collect Dee Signature, but it is not my favorite. I don't typically care for all matte palettes, but her matte formula is way better than this now. So if you tried that one and you've been on the fence to try anything else, her stuff now is way better. And then I have these two, which have been reformulated, starting with the Classic Autumn. This is one of my favorite autumn palettes. I love the color story. I love the shimmers. It kind of reminds me of one from Fantasy Cosmetica, the Enchanted Autumn. But these shimmers are so gorgeous. I literally just can't. And I love the mattes as well. And then we have Jingle Bell Ruby. I do like her artwork better now. She's done a lot better this year with it. And the Jingle Bell Ruby is beautiful. Looks like this one's trying to escape the pan. I love the color story. I love the mix of greens and reds and berries. It is so fun. The pop of blue, I feel like really adds a fun twist as well. This is the Blooming Basket, and this was my first ever Dee Signature palette. My critique on this one was the artwork, but I loved this palette. I will say her mattes now are a lot easier to work with, but I love them here. I didn't really have a hard time with them, but it did take a little more effort in blending, but I love this color story. I would love to see her revamp this and make it new, and maybe even make it a little bigger, add some colors. This one was so fun. I love like this little 6P inside right here. It's so beautiful. And then we have the Fearless Holiday. This was everyone's favorite last year and one of my favorites as well. I think she did such a good job on this. One of the best Christmas palettes that launched. I love like the deep jewel tones you have, and the way she just created this gorgeous Christmas palette. But it's awesome because it's like Halloween, fall, Christmas, and winter all in one. It's just such a beautiful palette. I love this red down here as well. And like this was the start, I feel like, when she really started stepping it up even more, and it has been nothing but amazing things since then. I mean, you heard me raving about all of the new palettes she's launched this year. And then I also have the Chromebook Volume 1, and this one, these shimmers are really beautiful. I don't have anything bad to say about them. And I will say these ones feel less emollient than the ones do in the Chromebook Volume 2. So this one might be more your speed if you're someone who like deals with creasing. I mean, don't count me on that entirely because I don't deal with creasing a lot, like I've mentioned. So I don't know that for certain. I can just say these ones feel like they wouldn't be as creasing. You know what I mean? And here we have my other two palettes from Wicked Widow. This is my favorite palette that they've launched, and it's one of my favorite palettes in my collection. I love this color story, and I went crazy over this palette. This is a satin, but it's really, really, really pretty. I don't know if it's necessarily a satin, but it's giving the satin feeling, but it's so shifty and beautiful. This shade, Vengeance, is so gorgeous. I lost my mind over it, but this has some of the best reds and just the color story all around. And another thing, this has one of the easiest to blend formulas when it comes to the mattes. The black, you could blend that out into nothing all on its own. I mean, as much as you can of black. It's so beautiful. I love the reds as well. I had so much fun with this. It was one of my favorite launches last year. And the Wicked Widow, Tales of Terror, A Haunting. I love this as well. This is such a gorgeous fall color story, and it makes me so happy. It reminds me of my Ace Beauté Ambiance palette, but like a newer, updated version with really gorgeous shimmers, and this one just blew me away. Loved the looks I created with it. I had fun playing with it again this year as well. And then I have a lot of Fantasy Cosmetica. I own all of their launches and I love them so dearly. So starting with this little section, we have the Cradled in Ice. This launched, I think, last winter. This one is so beautiful and I think it's so perfect for wintertime, especially if you like the more neutral side, and then you could do like a pop of color. Personally, I love blue eyeshadow as well, and I love being able to mix and match both sides, and the shimmers are beautiful. And then this is the one I said reminded me of that Dee Signature palette. This is the Enchanted Autumn. This is with Makeup Just for Fun. It's their collab, and they did such a good job. This is a very beautiful, very muted take on an autumn palette, and I think it's beautiful. I had so much fun. These like muted tones with this silver is so beautiful on the lid, and I just think they did such a great job. In this one, the Harvest of Souls, one of my favorite Fantasy Cosmetica palettes. I love this with my whole heart. I love this murky green, but these two colors together are so pretty on the eye. Like, do these two murky greens in the crease and the pop of purple in the inner corner, and it's so pretty. You could do this shade all over the lid. You could even add in a little green towards the back half to help like blend it all together. I had so much fun. This is still one of my favorite palettes in my collection. Truly unmatched. It ranked as a lot of people's #1 last year for good reason. It was very high up in my ranking as well. And then we have the Class collection, which has truly been so fun. So a lot of these I got last year. Amanda bought them for me as a Christmas gift because I really like dived deep into Fantasy Cosmetica last year and fell so hard in love with them and never looked back. So starting with the Rogue palette, I think this is a beautiful winter palette as well. The variety of mattes, the color story, I love it. Druid is another favorite. I mean, I think it's a lot of people's favorite, and how could it not be? This is like so grungy and murky in all the beautiful ways. And then we also have the Fighter, which I love this one too. I feel like this one is gonna go really well with a lot of their newer palettes, and I'm excited to try mixing them. I think that could be fun. Then we have Bard. This is probably, well, no, I love this one too. I was going to say maybe my least favorite, but I don't think so. I love the mattes that they chose for this. The pop of blue in the center is an interesting take, and I think it's fun. I mean, the artwork on these is so inspiring. I also really love this one. I am missing a shade. Hold on. I know where it's at. Oh, and I jerked another one out. This little magnet from Blend Bunny is very strong, but I love this color story as well. I love the chartreuse green. It's one of my favorite colors, but I love the pop of green as well. I think that is so stunning, and it just makes my heart so happy, this color story. I love the green with that this shade in the center on the lid, they're just such a beautiful combo. This one is probably my least favorite, but I still really love it. The Sorcerer. I love the blue and the purple. I'm not a huge fan of the pinks, but every time I say that and then I wear a pink look, I end up loving it so much. So maybe I am wrong, but when I open it and look at it, I'm not as drawn to this one as I am the other ones, at least not right now. My mind definitely changes, and you know, just like anyone else, my preferences change. The Wizard was my first palette from Fantasy Cosmetica. This is the one that started it all, and I love this palette. I love this like pastel banana yellow with the blues. Why I never thought to pair those colors together is so beyond me, but man, they just made that happen for me, and I love them for it. This hollow is so pretty. They come out with some of the best hollows as well. If you like that, the finer hollow glitters. But this is just so outstanding. Like, look at them. Truly just breathtaking. I'm trying to calm down a little bit on the swatching. There's some brands it's really hard for me not to swatch. So, I mean, I'm going to just do it case by case, but I don't want to keep you guys here for 5 hours. This video is probably going to be very long because I can't help myself. You know how it is. And there are some brands that I just can't and won't break up my collection. I love them. Not only am I a reviewer and I like to keep certain like palettes from certain brands for the reviewing purposes, but I'm also a collector and a huge lover of indie eyeshadow, including Artitude Cosmetics. This was my first palette from them, the Metamorph, and I love this. This is chaos in the most beautiful way, and oh my god, I love this color story. If my video on this is old, but the looks I did, my enthusiasm in that video was so freaking high because I was so incredibly in love with this palette. It's so beautiful, and if you feel intimidated by the color story, I just recommend like covering up some pops, and then it might not feel as intimidating, but I love this. I think it is so beautiful, and these shimmers, I fell so in love with this brand and ended up buying everything they launched that was still available on their site, and all of their launches since then, except for the latest one. But it's like one of those things, like once I put that shimmer on my lid, I never looked back. They have a fantastic matte formula as well. And this one. This is kind of giving me that same feeling with the Fantasy Cosmetica Classic Autumn, or the Fantasy Cosmetica Enchanted Autumn, and then Dee Signature's palette with the muted autumn vibes. But you have these gorgeous jewel tones in here as well that adds this whole other twist to this palette that makes it so stunning and unique and beautiful. The shimmers are so pretty. They are one of my top favorite brands as well. Like, there's good, and then there's this. Like, this is so good. I can't. Me and my girlfriend both stalked Mercari and eBay trying to buy this palette because it was out of stock for so long. But this released several years ago, and I wasn't in a very good place in any way, shape, or form. And I wasn't able to pick it up, but I was always so drawn to this color story, and I loved it so much. I wanted it so bad, and then they ended up restocking it, and I am so freaking glad that I was finally able to get my hands on it because I absolutely love this. I did do a video on this palette, and if I can remember, I'll link it down below, but the look that I did made my heart so happy. I love this. You have like a classic autumn color story, but you also have all of these pops with the pinks, the bright green. I love that there's a black in here. The pops of like tealy blues as well. The shimmers are so gorgeous. This is just such a fun, unique color story, and it has my heart. Like, I love it. You already know what I'm gonna say about this brand. And oh my god, like I've already told you how much I love Divaroon, and this is the one that started it all for me. This is the one that sealed their fate. But I love the Gloomy Gardens so much. I love this color story. It is so beautiful and whimsical and fun. Again, the chartreuse, you get me every time. I love the creamsicle shades, the muted tones in here. The shimmers are so pretty. This is one of those brands, or I want to swatch it all. I want to swatch it all. It's so good, you guys. I love it. I love that their stuff is magnetic too. I like building my own palettes behind the scenes, which is why I have shades not in palettes. Like, I had to put shades that was packed in this all up back in their palettes because I've been working on a build your own palette video. But not video, just palette in general, just playing. But like I said, these two are the ones that really just sealed their fate. I love them both. It's so hard. I go back and forth between which one is my favorite. I think it's this one for now, the Cool Tone one. It's so perfect and I love it so much. I have huge pan in this shade, like huge pan. Like, Monica, if I could get this in a single, I would be forever grateful. I love that shade so much. This is so gorgeous, though. These shimmers. This one, oh my god, Hemlock. It has, like, this deep brown base, but do you see that? It's giving me all the Wicked feels. And then this shade. I love, like, their little splotchy shades like that are marbled. Oh, you can totally see it. Like, oh, my heart. I just absolutely love them. I'm hesitant to swatch that center shade, but at the same time, it's also a favorite. Look at that. When you can have almost 400 palettes in your collection and still hit pan on a shade, that is how you know it's a favorite. It speaks for itself. And then we have Dewdrops. I did miss like the Moth palette. I can't remember what it's called. I wish so much I could go back and get those. Oh, I wish so much. But we have the Dewdrops palette. This is part 1. Drop is the most beautiful shade. Also, one of my favorite highlighters in the whole world. I'm so glad she brought this out as a highlight because that is what I always used it for. It's so pretty, isn't it? These are all beautiful on the eyes, and some of them you can use on the face as well. I know it's not focused, but sometimes it looks even cooler. I love them. I will always buy anything that they come out with. I did buy all of these ones, but I have been fortunate and I was able to get the last 2 launches from them in PR, which is so exciting. That's like getting PR from Bella Beauty Bar. It's a huge deal to me and so exciting and truly just such a dream come true. They're one of my favorite brands of all time. And Simply Posh. I have 4 other palettes from them. These ones I bought all of these. Like I didn't get them in PR. Which one was the first? This one, the Aurora Lights. This one is gorgeous. I love this color story. My only thing with this one is I didn't like the gradient, and I was so hard-headed about mixing the palette up and changing it because when I show it on camera, but I don't know why. I'm gonna mix it up now and create my own color story. Then I have the Snow Angel. This is in its original format as well. I still want to mix it up. I really like Simply Posh's Duo Chromes. This one I did change, I think. And I love this color story. This is the Coastal. This is one of my favorites, the Citrus Punch. This one I did not change either, but I do want to go like and fix all of these now to where it makes me even more excited and happy to use them. And I feel more creative. This is so pretty. Like this one would work if you did like pink and orange or orange and yellow, orange and pink. It would work with either. This is such a fun, bright, beautiful palette, and I love them. So happy to have them. Then we have Lethal Cosmetics, which I also love with my whole entire heart. So my first Lethal palette, I'm pretty sure was the Teresa is Lethal, and I've had this for so long. Well, since it launched, what has it been, 3 years now? And this is beautiful. I do think what they're doing now is even better. And I love the updates they've done so far. I can't wait to try more. Wait until you see their new thing. I'm excited. I can't wait to see it. I just know what it is. I haven't even seen it yet. But then we have the Midnight Moth, I think. I could be totally wrong on the name. But this is beautiful, and it's so like muted. This is giving whimsical fairy in such a fun way. And when this launched, I really wasn't into the muted vibes, but now I very much so am, and this is much more up my alley now. Like these two colors together on the lid, because the pink has that iridescent like pea green in it. It's so beautiful. And then like these two in the crease together would be so pretty as well. I love. These ones are pretty old as well. I cannot remember what they are called. This one's like something evergreen. This is another one of my first. I love this color story. These shimmers are so freaking beautiful. I just love that shade. This color story is so fun. I think the thing that really draws me in the most is the green and purple. I love like how acidic that color is. It makes my heart so happy. And then we have this one. This is the one I really can't remember the name of. That's one thing I would like to see them put the names of the palettes on the palettes, which they did do with their newest one, and I hope they carry that along throughout the rest of their launches. But this one is really beautiful as well. You really get a fun twist here with this khaki green shade that makes it even more beautiful in my opinion. And then I have my Avatar series. Oh, I just love this. I've really got to dive into this collection a lot more this year. I picked it up way late, but we have the Fire palette. Like, don't you just want that all over your eyes? These shimmers are insane. They're so good. I did get new singles when they sent me that second collection. And that's why I didn't talk about them in my video, because I didn't have them yet. But I'm excited to give those a shot. I really want to get some more of their like multi-chrome singles. I was thinking about also doing a video where we like go on the Lethal site together and build our own palette, and then when it comes in we'll like do the look and stuff. I thought that could be fun. This one is probably my favorite, the Earth palette. I love this color story. One of my favorite green palettes in my collection. I love the brown that's in here. I love the different like undertones and variations of greens. The center shade. You know I love a peachy flip. My hand is wet. And then we have Water, which is such a beautiful blue monochromatic palette. I love this shade. Such a gorgeous holochrome. Oh, I just love that hollow twinkle. It never gets old. And then we also have Air. This is probably my least favorite, but I still like this one too. I love that shade. It's so bright. They're just beautiful. And last on that shelf is a lot of Glam Light. I have a lot of Glam Light, which is why it really does shock me that I really didn't pick up much from them this year. Really just the Twilight palettes. But I've been a longtime lover and fan of Glam Light and not at all mad at it. But the reason, let me show you the ones that I said are the reason I wanted to kind of take a step back from them. Crazy in Love is a good one. This isn't what I was talking about. I just love that color story. It's so beautiful. I had so much fun with that palette. But I decluttered the Kiss palette already. And it was very similar to these as well. And, well, this one's more gray. This one doesn't count. This is the Ghostface Lives. I loved this. I had so much fun. And I felt like they really stepped it up with these shimmers. They're gorgeous duos. But these palettes feel so similar. And even this one, it's just, these are more like muted tones. This is the original Ghostface. And then we have the Friday the 13th. And then we have the Chucky, Wanna Play. So these are just the brighter colors, of course, but it's still that same red, blue, green vibe, and I feel like they overdid that so hard, and it's the reason why I did step back from them this year, but I'm excited to get to try more from them next year. However, I loved the Halloween 2 palette. This one was so much fun. I love this color story with my whole heart. I love how cool toned it is. I love like this burnt orange, the pop of blue. I felt like they did a really good job on this. The shimmers were really good. The Betty Boop is also a favorite. This one was so much fun. Some of the best wines and berry shades in my collection. This shimmer is so pretty. I love it. I love it so much. I had a lot of fun with this one. The lip kit that was in this, if they haven't brought it back yet, they really need to. It is the best red lip in my collection. The liner nor the lipstick budge at all, but it feels like you're wearing nothing. I just love them. Then I have the Michaela Part 2, I think. I bought this way before I started my channel, and I loved this for a long time. It's been a minute since I've dipped into it, but it is a very good palette. Love the shimmers. They have a really good matte formula as well. And then we have the Scooby-Doo palettes. These ones I had a harder time working with because they're all like very deep and mid-tone shades, and at the time I wasn't very good at blending, so it was hard for me to create looks with them. But now that's not the case. I've gotten a bit better at it. And then we have the Trick or Treat palette, which is unused, but I do love this and I want to use it. It's another one of those palettes I bought and then I kind of got slammed last year during Halloween with new launches, and I ended up not having time to review it, but my goodness, this one is so gorgeous. I love this matte orange too. Such a pretty undertone. Very unique. Then we have the Barbie Dream Summer palette. This one is a very well used and loved palette in my collection. I've gotten so much use out of this. It's still a favorite. I love it so much. The Scooby-Doo Part 2. This one was fun and I love the color story, but I feel like there's too much blank space in here and the palette could have been a lot smaller. I understand why they did it to keep the characters' faces on there, but I don't know. I just wish it wasn't that massive. This is my first Glam Light palette, the Ice Cream Dream, and this, I got so much use out of this. As you can tell, there's huge dents in the whole bottom 3 rows. I have pan in several of the shades. I absolutely love this. This palette was the best pastels I had in my collection for a very long time. I still love this palette. I can't imagine parting from it. Same with the Cake palette. I did get rid of some of my Glam Light palettes last year, like the donut palettes and stuff. My taco palette. I had a burger palette. I let those go. They were hard to store, but I love this one. It is iconic, and I'm happy to have her still. Love the packaging. Then we have the Fresh Prince. This one was really fun too. It's not my favorite, but it was fun. The color story that's like this that I really love is the Drops of Fantasy from Dee Signature. Now that is iconic. So are these. These are my favorites in my whole collection for so long. I think it was called the Happy Hour collection, and I would love to see them come back out with these. I thought they were going to, but it ended up being lip kits. I was so disappointed, but this was my favorite neutral palette forever. It's still one of the best in my collection. I absolutely love it. This was my favorite green palette for a long time. This color story is genius. I love the different undertones of the green, the pop of blue. It's just so fun. And then we have the wine palette. This one was great too, but now I have a new favorite. And the margarita was my least favorite, but I still liked it and still got a lot of use out of it, just nowhere near as much as I did the others. These two are definitely the most used out of the four. Oh my god, the Frosted Flakes. I love this. Do you see? I even have pan in a shade. This one was so good. I had so much fun. I absolutely love orange and blue, my two favorite colors, and in a palette. Sign me up. And the last three. Garfield is still one of my favorite palettes from them. I love this color story. I love the wines and berries with the gray. I love this macaroni and cheese shade. It's so fun. The shimmers. This shimmer right here is one of my favorites, but it reminds me of one I just swatched. I don't remember what brand that was, but that is so pretty. And then I have the two icy palettes, Blue Raspberry, which is still so freaking beautiful, and then Cherry. Some of the best pinks and reds of all time. Now we're moving on to Bella Beauty Bar. I cleared my second shelf, and these brands I do have a lot of palettes from because I love them so much. Their quality is my favorite for one reason or another, and truly I just can't get enough of them. And we're gonna start with Bella Beauty Bar because, you know, they're one of my top favorite brands of all time. And let's start with my favorite purple palette, the Ultraviolet from Deandra Nicole's collab. I'm missing a shade and I don't know where that one is because it's not in that empty palette. So I'm gonna have to figure out where that's at and why. That's crazy. I really have no clue. But I do have this random green shade in here that must go wherever that purple one is. Hopefully we'll figure it out. But this is the best purple palette I have ever seen. It's monochromatic, done in a way that truly makes me just so happy. It is so beautiful. These shimmers are next level. This one, Rarity, takes my breath away. And honestly, there's just so many good shades in here. And while I really, really love this palette, and I think they did such a good job because you get so many different like undertones and things in this palette to where even though it is monochromatic, the looks all look vastly different. It's still not even my favorite from the brand. We're gonna get into that. I have many. This is my first from them. This was with M. Jones, the owner of Diveroon, and they have upped their quality like so much since this one. But you have 4 wet liners down here and several gorgeous shimmers and a few mattes. The mattes now are so much better than these. Like I have their other neon palette that's got some gorgeous neons in it, but I do really love the shimmers in this, and the wet liners were pretty good as well. Let's do all the 15 pan palettes first. Yes, I had to stop what I was doing to count to make sure. But starting with the recently de-influenced, this is one of my top favorite palettes from them. I absolutely love this color story. I have pan in one of my shimmers down here. It never shows up just how beautiful it is in person. It really reminds me of the Drop highlighter. It might be very, very close, like a very close dupe. That's the shade Digital Zombie. But there are so many good shades in here. I love the contrast that is in this palette with these brighter shimmers. I love the deeper shimmers as well. This is kind of like that. This shade, this one down here, is a lot like that shade in the Come Play With Us palette that I talked about earlier. It's really gorgeous, but this one has been a favorite for a very long time. I love it. This is my new favorite blue monochromatic palette. It is beautiful. I love the different shimmer finishes you get in here, the mix of cool blues, muted purples, and the deep depth you get in this palette. These shimmers are absolutely outstanding, like, oh, breathtaking. And like I mentioned, I'm pretty sure earlier, I love that they always include a deep shimmer in their palettes, if it will focus. There we go. Like, they're just so freaking gorgeous. And then, of course, the Green Goddess. I love this. The artwork, like, it is so beautiful. She is gorgeous. This color story is so beautiful. I love the muted reds in here that adds this fun twist to this palette. This color story, I think it was just brilliantly thought out. There's a mix of different types of shimmers in this palette as well. This shade is so stunning, but they're all stunning. I love their shimmer formula, but they come out with some of the best color stories, and this one is it. I love the muted tones. You're gonna hear that so much in this video, but this one is definitely one of my favorites, and I love the vamp as well. I love the shade names, the color story. These reds are so gorgeous. I love this one. It's like a black, but it has these really pretty, like, red glitters in it. But let's swatch a few. This one is a hollow, and it's so pretty. It's a multi-chrome hollow. It's just so freaking gorgeous. And I love that they included, like, the brick red in here. You have this, like, very cool tone blue, the gray, along with the purple and the reds. It's just such a stunning palette. Again, has such a vast contrast, and it makes it that much better. I love palettes like that have a lot of that contrast, like the Basic Witch. This one is so beautiful. This was my second palette from them, and this is what started really my love for this brand, because while the Celestial Garden was my first, it wasn't my favorite. The quality with this one was way more better than the other, and I just fell so head over heels in love with them with this launch. It's so amazing. One of the best palettes in my collection. I love, like, the whole witchy theme too. It's just so exciting. And then we have the Strange and Unusual. Again, you have that color story that goes from really light to really dark. I love how murky this palette is as well. I love a grungy theme. This one was right up my alley. These shimmers are so gorgeous. I have pan in one shade, but this shade is one of my favorites. It's like a chartreuse green, but it has an orange flip, and it's so pretty. These are the palettes that you will have to pry out of my cold dead hands. I love them with my whole entire heart. We have the Dead Roses. This one was so exciting for me. One of my favorite Valentine's Day launches ever. Probably still my favorite Valentine's Day launch. I love how shifty this palette is, if it will focus. It's so much more than meets the eye, and I love pairing colors together like that, because you could create this gorgeous, like, pink and purple look, or pink and red, and then find something like this that has that green, put it like on the back half of the lid, and then when you turn your head a certain way, you get this beautiful pop of color that makes your look stand out so much more than what it would without it. You know what I mean? I think it makes them look more enhanced in a way. They're just so perfect. Then we have the bigger ones. Here is the one I was talking about, the neons, the melted mattes. I love this palette with my whole heart. These neons are so freaking good. They are so pigmented and beautiful, like the best neons in my collection. They're so bright and vivid and just gorgeous. I love this palette, but I think I would have loved it even more if they would have like taken away like some of the mattes and added this shimmer palette in with it. I have pan in 2 of these shades. This is one of my favorite shimmer palettes in my collection. It is just so beautiful. These shades are just so shifty. This shade Molten is a hollow and it's so beautiful. And this shade Dissolve is like this light pale banana yellow. And it's so icy. This is just such a good one, such a favorite. So this has been my favorite Bella Beauty Bar palette, but I think it might be the Crystallized now. But this is one of my top favorite palettes of all time. The Poison Garden. I love how deep and dramatic this is. I love these dark shimmers. They're some of the best in my collection. This shade pulls me in every time. The way it just makes my heart, there's not enough words. I love how grungy and muted this is, even though it's giving the darkness as well. This is just one of the best palettes in my collection. And then you have these 2 beautiful pops of blue that just add this whole other layer to it. I've created so many looks with this one, and I still just can't get enough. Same with Sacred Garden, which I did show you earlier when I was talking about the Diver In palette. This has been a favorite for a long time. You could see the huge pan there in the shade Oasis. This has some of the best shimmers in my collection as well. So many of them. This shade Secrecy is so beautiful. You see that hollow? It's freaking breathtaking. I love this shade too. The Undertone is so beautiful. Gazebo is a beautiful neutral hollow. One of my favorite neutral hollows. This one is just such a favorite. And then we have the original Smoky Glam, which I did show you the other one. The one thing I like about this one that the one doesn't have is the grays. I feel like that makes it even more versatile and more fun. But I do understand why they edited it down. And then we have the Pastel Garden, which is my new favorite pastel palette. This color story is so beautiful. Even as someone who likes a lot of smokiness and depth in my looks, I love this palette even as a standalone. I was shocked at how much I loved it as a standalone. These shimmers are gorgeous duos, and they are just so breathtaking. I had so much fun creating the looks that I created with this palette. When I look at it, I remember like the book I was reading at the time when I was doing my video with this and everything. Like it left a lasting impression, if that makes sense. I have quite the stack of Odin's Eye palettes, and they're one of my favorite brands too. They have been for a long time. One of my favorite palettes from them is this one, the Hella palette, the collab with Angelica Nyquist. And you can tell, like, this palette is very well loved, especially if you can see it. I have pan in 2 shades. I love this color story. I love the greens. I love the greens with the pinks. I think this color story was very well thought out, and she did such a good job. I love the shimmers and everything. I have so many Odin's Eye palettes, though. We're going to have to just snap through these. And then we have Angelica's other 2 collabs, the Trick or Treat, which I think is such a good Halloween palette. I love the bright greens, and with the wine shades, I think it's so fun. And then we have the Little Ghost as well. This one is less Halloween, but still fun, still beautiful, and I still love it. I love the artwork on their palettes as well. And then we have the OG Christmas palettes. Merry Christmas, one of my favorite palettes in my whole collection. And then Christmas Eve, which is so freaking beautiful. I love this one so much. I really can't pick between these two because I love them both for completely different reasons. And then we have the other 4 Christmas palettes. I cannot remember the order that these came out in. I think these two came out together. The Snow Dream. This color story is so beautiful. It's like earthy spring, and I love it. I love the pop of purple in here too. It's such a fun color story. And then the Hey Reindeer. I'm always such a sucker for the cool tone blues. It gets me every time. And the pops of gold with the muted tones I think are really, really smart. Really beautiful. This one shocked me. The Silverly Bliss. It should not be that hard to say that, but I love this so much more than I expected to. This is such a fun palette. This is such a beautiful color story. It really, really shocked me. And then we have the Rosy Jingle. To me, this is a spring palette where I live anyway in the world. In the US, this is giving spring, and I actually wore this to my Creators and Friends trip that I went to in the spring this year, and I loved the look so much. It was so beautiful. Then we have the other set of collabs, starting with Laura May Beauties. And this one is beautiful. I love this. I love the pop of green she did here. And I love the neutral aspect with the blues as well and the pop of pink. This is probably one of my favorites out of this set. The other being the Floor Story. This one is with Makeup Just for Fun. I love this. It's giving Fairy Garden, Fairy Goddess, and it makes me so happy. Just looking at this makes me want to use it. And then we have Planet Spirit from Betty Bean, and this one is beautiful as well. It's a bit vibrant and one-dimensional, which is why it's not my favorite from the 3, but I still really love it, and it makes sense for Betty Jean. Then we have the first collabs I ever picked up from them. These two were gifted to me by subscribers because I originally bought this full bundle, and when I was going through a breakup, my ex stole them and sold them to someone, and I was like, every time I would see people talk about them, I would get so angry thinking about it, and I talked about it in a video, and someone was so kind and they sent them to me. And this one is so beautiful, the Red Dragon. I was so sad about not having this one, and now I have it, and it is every bit as freaking gorgeous as I expected it to be. And the Hummingbird, but the Fancy Face, like, come on. This is so breathtaking. This green gets me every time, this purple. And I feel so incredibly lucky that I have them now, and so grateful. I truly have like the best community here. You guys are awesome. But then we have the Giant Wolves from I can't even remember. I haven't watched her in forever. Annette's Makeup Corner. Yes, I loved her channel so much, but I don't know if she uploads anymore. I haven't seen her anyway. I do have pan in one of the shades. I've used and abused this palette to death. I love this color story. Then I also have their next 3 palettes that they launched. Starting with Annette's, the Mighty Monster. I love this. This is probably my favorite out of the 3. I just think it's so beautiful, and I love the color story. I love the shimmers so much. She did such a good job. And then we also have the Earthwood by the Fancy Face. This muted color story with this gorgeous pop of green. Yes. And then the Spring Dragon. This was my least favorite simply because it's lacking the depth. I mean, you have this one brown shade here, but it's just not for me. I do love it and love it as a companion, but it's just not a standalone. But I still think they all did such a great job, especially at representing themselves and their taste in makeup, and I love it. I'm excited. I'm still happy that I have them. There's still some of my favorites. And then I have the Soulming 2 the OG and then the Moon Wish as well. So this is like a gorgeous rainbow palette. I love this shade. Every time I open it, it's exactly what my eyes go to first. I love the undertone. And then the Moon Wish was so fun. This is just like kind of like a dusty, muted color story, but I don't mean dusty in a bad way. It's just so beautiful and soft and just gorgeous. But now let's talk about Adept. Starting with these two, this is still probably one of the best Adept palettes in my collection. The Heather Austin. I love this color story so freaking much. The shimmers she put in this palette are outstanding. I have Pan in the shade Austin. That shade Smith is so pretty, but she did such a good job on this. It's still one of the best. This one did not get much love from the internet, but I really liked this palette, the Vivette, and I thought the color story was really fun. I love these bright colors with the gray, and I love that there's a black in here as well. The shimmers in here were really fun too, like really fun. Very icy. They have a fantastic shimmer formula, but I had an easy time working with the mattes in this palette. I think they did a good job. And I understand that palette's a bit more chaotic, and I think that's might be maybe why it didn't do as well, but I love that about it. This is still probably my favorite too, next to the Heather Austin, the Cyborg Choir. Oh, when I went bright and fun and beautiful and hollowy, this is it. They should bring this back because this is packed full of holochromes. And I feel guilty even talking about it when I do, but this is just such a good freaking palette. I don't know why they discontinued it. A lot of their palettes are discontinued right now, except for like their last few launches and the Amy Loves palette, just to swatch a few of them. When it's blurry like that, you can really see that rainbow shift, even without it being blurry. They're just so freaking beautiful. So, speaking of Amy Loves, I love this palette. I think it is fantastic. I've had a few people tell me they've had issues with their mattes, but mine were fine, and I'm thankful. I do have Pan in the shade Indie. It's a hollow, so you're probably not surprised. I love this color story. I love how gray leaning it is, but yet you have all these gorgeous shimmers that just add this look, shiftiness to the eye look that really just sends me to such a happy place. Like that silver is insane. She did such a good job. I love this whole collab, the blush palette and everything. I think it was fantastic. The Sumerian Sunset has really good shimmers in it too, and it has a very good matte color story as well. I do prefer a little more depth in my palette, but I love this. I love the shade Packled, which has Pan, but I think this one has Pan because it's been like squished to the side. It's so much brighter than it's picking up on camera. This is just outstanding. I wish they would bring this one back as well. I love the mutedness of these tones. These undertones I feel like are very unique, especially in this shade. I've never seen anything quite like it, and it's just beautiful. The Flying Fiddles is probably one that I don't use as much as the others, but this one is beautiful. When I want something a little more on the neutral side of things, this might be what I would gravitate towards. This palette has very gorgeous shimmers. They are absolutely breathtaking, but I really love the mattes that are in this one as well. Then we have the Element 115. I was so excited to get this palette too, and I've not regretted it once. This shade right here, Swatch there, reminds me of Rarity in the Bella Beauty Bar Ultraviolet palette, if it will freaking focus. Anyways, you get the point. You've seen the Bella Beauty Bar one. This palette is fun though. It's beautiful. It has all of the things I need to create a fun look as well. And then we have the Unity palette. This one is really pretty too. It has more like metallics and duochromes. There are no like I think it's actually all metallics. There are no special shades in here, but she is so gorgeous. And even though they're not like duos or metallics or hollows, these shades are still like very, very high shine, very icy, so beautiful. You can see your reflection in an Adept shimmer. It is no joke. Okay, so Ensley Rain. I have quite a few palettes from them as well. Before I took a break from them this year, I was obsessed. Honestly, I'm still obsessed. They have my favorite formula, my favorite eyeshadow formula. I absolutely love their shimmers with my whole entire heart. So I don't remember which palette was first. I think it was this one, the Groovy Garden, and my goodness, this is just so beautiful. I cannot, it's so gorgeous. So I absolutely love this color story. I love how like grungy it is, but in a very woodsy kind of way. It makes my heart so happy. But they have the best shimmer formula that I have ever come across, and this isn't even the best one, just one of my favorites. Then we have the Flourish and the Flutter. I lost my mind and went completely nuts over these palettes. They are so good. This one I think is my favorite out of the two. I love this color story. It's muted and cool, but you have like this pop of peach that I think really adds so much to this. The shimmers in this are absolutely outstanding. And look at that one. That's one of my favorite shades in my whole collection. I just think this color story is so divine, so beautiful. I love that they do a lot of like fairy themed stuff too. And then we have the Flourish, which I also truly love. Like, look at this shade. It's so pretty. Ignore my hair being up in a towel. When you see my reflection, I look crazy. Then I have the Twisted Tea Party. So I actually bought this right before it discontinued. I was like one of the last people to snag it, and I love this color story so much. Honestly, like the mustard and the like this murky green, I feel like makes this different than anything I've seen before. Like I've seen palettes, color stories similar to this, but the mustards and the murky colors add a twist to it that's so fun. I can honestly say I've truly missed reviewing them this year. I've missed the excitement and the joy I feel when I like swatch or try one of their palettes. I don't know. This one's probably my least favorite, only because I've had this color story before. It's beautiful, and I'm glad that I have it, but I don't know. This one doesn't feel as unique and fun to me as some of the others. And then we have the Lands of Enchantment, and I got on their site last night and was looking at some of the launches they had this year, and my goodness, the Lands of Enchantment Part 2 is really pretty. It makes me like really sad, but I love this one. It's beautiful. I love the shimmers. I made a whole video called You Had Me at Hollow because I freaking love hollows. They are everything to me. I love them. They're so beautiful, but the iridescence in here makes such gorgeous highlighters. I saw they also came out with blush and highlighter palettes this year too. That reminds me of Drop a lot, like Drop. It even has the same color base. You know I love a formula when I buy a palette from them and then I go back and slowly, a little at a time, end up buying all of their older stuff, which is what I did with this brand. Then I have these three. One of these came out after I stopped reviewing them. I think it was What the Fox, but Amanda bought me a couple of their earlier launches they had this year and surprised me with them because she knew, like, I feel things very deeply in a way that a lot of people just don't understand. But when this happened, I literally cried over this for like days. I was devastated because Ensley Rain has been my favorite brand since the beginning of my channel. It was sweet of her to go and like buy me some of their newer launches in the very beginning. But then we have Happy Go Lucky. I liked this little animals like series they started. I think they stopped it though. They were supposed to do one every month for the year. And then we have Nutty by Nature. Love this one. I love how grungy it is. I love this color being in here. Adds a fun twist, I feel like, to the palette. It has a really pretty green shift. If it would focus, but you can kind of see it better when it doesn't. This was one of my favorite palettes that launched last year, the Underland. I love this color story so much. I love how dark it is, but there's a lot of contrast in here, I feel like. I mean, it's mostly a dark color story, but you still have contrast with some of the shimmers, that one being a hollow as well. There we go. And you have the whites and then the matte black. Fun fact, when I got this palette, it was the first time I'd ever gotten one that had like the white pieces over the shimmers. And I like dug my nail in this matte so hard trying to get that piece out, and it was just a white matte. But this one is so beautiful. I love how dark and murky this is. It just, oh, it's everything my heart loves. And then we have the Strawberry Moon. This one I picked up late. I haven't used the mattes in this a lot, but I have used the shimmers and I love them. I don't really use these a lot on camera, like in this very moment, but I do still play with them off camera. And they're still like some of my favorite palettes of all time. Did I already swatch that one? No. Like the hollows are just so sickening. The color stories are so fun. And then we have the Flower Moon. This one's so pretty. It's like a fairy garden. I love the pop of murky green and the pop of orange. I really like this. I typically go for a more like heavier matte to shimmer ratio, but with some brands, their shimmers are so good that I like having more shimmers than the mattes. They're so beautiful. I love the whole like fairy theme. Anything with mushrooms, love so much. I love how dark this one is as well. It's so pretty. This one has so many hollows in it. This one is one of my favorites. And like you can see the hollows very heavy in these palettes. I love this shade as well. Tombstone. Orange is one of my favorite colors. The new Cold Moon they came out with is really pretty too, but this is the OG Cold Moon, and I love this palette. It is the one that made me realize just how much I absolutely love cool tones. And before this, I really thought I did not like them, but I was wrong. And this one made me fall so in love with them. There's so many really gorgeous shimmers in here. I absolutely love this. And then we have the Light in Your Eyes. The eyes on here are so pretty. This is such a fun, like, wintry fall color story. The shimmers in this one are really, really pretty. I have not used this one as much as the older ones, but it's still like so pretty. Like their shimmers are sickening. And then I have the three that Amanda got for me, starting with these two, the Snow Moon and the Wolf Moon. Both of these are really pretty as well. I love the color stories. I've not really I used one of them. I don't think it was this one. It was this one. The shimmers in both of these are really, really gorgeous. And I really love the formula, like I said. And then she also got me this one as well. This one is really pretty. That middle shimmer there, oh, it's so gorgeous. But that is my Ensley Rain collection. Like I said, they have launched some really pretty palettes this year. I know a lot of people are still like boycotting them, and I completely understand. And I still haven't like started reviewing them again yet on my channel, but I might start doing it again in the new year. I'm not sure. We'll just see how it goes. But I will say I do really miss them. I miss them a lot. Then I have 9 more palettes from Cosmic Beauty, starting with the Gothic palette. This one is pretty, but it's not one of my favorites from them because of the color story. It's just not me, but I still like it and still use it from time to time. It's a beautiful, like, Valentine's Day type of color story. Although I will say I don't typically do my makeup per holiday. I just do it however I want to. Serenity is the one that started my love for this brand. I think a lot of people can say the same thing. Most people that have tried them. This palette is so iconic. It still performs so beautifully. Like, look at that shimmer. They have a very good formula, and honestly, their launches just keep getting better and better. The Undergrowth is packed full of the swampiest greens, and I love them. I love the burnt orange. I love this palette. I love they put a black in here. The shimmers are really, really pretty. When I first got this, I wasn't as crazy about it as I am now. It like kind of grew on me, which is kind of funny, the name, you know, get it, Undergrowth. But it took me a minute. I still feel like the golds aren't like different enough. I feel like maybe there needed to be a pop of something in here. Maybe like a pop of a peach shimmer would have been really cool or something, because some of the golds like on the eye, even though they look different, when they're on the eye, they don't look different enough. You see what I mean? But it's still a gorgeous palette. It goes so well with some of their other palettes, and I love it. And then we also have the Delicious Delights, who looks like it needs pressed back down. That shade is starting to come apart. Hopefully that will help it stay in place, but that shade is really pretty too. But I really loved this one, had so much fun with it. It's been a while since I've used it. It's not my go-to from the brand, but it's still a great palette. If you like the color story, you will love it. This, however, is one of my absolute favorites. I love this color story with my whole heart. I even have pan in one of the shades. Pretty sure I did at least one look with this on my channel last year. And if I can find the video, I'll put it down below, because I've had a lot of people ask me to do looks with this palette. I would love to do more, because it's a very inspiring color story for me. But I think a lot of people do find it intimidating, and I can understand why, because it is very chaotic. But I thrive on chaos, thank God, because my life is chaotic. But then we have the Sinister palette. And this one is really pretty. This one also took a minute to grow on me. I wasn't as crazy about it in the beginning, and I think it's because I don't really lean into that purple and red color story very often. But when I do, this is a gorgeous palette for that. It has a gorgeous hollow in it, and I really do love it a lot. Then we have the Winter Wonderland, one of the best, like, monochromatic type palettes, but it's not full on monochromatic, which is why I do love it a lot. It's probably number 2 next to the one from Bella Beauty Bar. Look at that. Like, the shimmers in this are gorgeous. And this one is probably one of my favorites as well. The neutrals. I love this so much. And using this one with this is always a very good choice. I think they are so beautiful together, and then you also get those variations that I was talking about that I feel like maybe this one might be missing a little, but this palette has some of the best greens, and they work so well together. The looks I did with these palettes, I blew my own mind, I'm not even gonna lie. I love them so much, and brands like this, they make it easy to create good looks like that to where you leave yourself shocked, you know? And then we have the Cool Trolls, which is also beautiful. Goes so well with a lot of their new launches this year. So many of these mix and match so well together. It has a really pretty hollow in it as well, along with some really gorgeous, like high shine metallics that are so blinding. We love it. Actually, I have Lunar Beauty here. We'll do them and then we'll do Unearthly. So, I don't have a ton from Lunar Beauty, but there are some that I really like from this brand. My favorite being the Moonshroom palette. I love this color story. That pop of periwinkle, it gets me every time. I love the dark tones. These mustard shades are so freaking delicious. I really wish he would do more colorful palettes because he's really good at them, and it's more up my speed. It's like more my speed, but you know, everyone likes what they like, and I totally understand and respect that. But I love this one. It is still my favorite. I really liked the 12 days of Lunar as well. I mean, does the outside match the inside? No, but I do really love this color story. I would love to see him do something more on the lines of this that's not as neutral heavy as this, but I still love this for what it is. It's so gorgeous. I had so much fun unboxing all of the shades. This was like an advent calendar, but I think the color story is gorgeous. And then we have the Siren Sunset. This one is beautiful, and at first I thought it was way too neutral heavy, but now I really love these types of cool tones. So this is much more my speed now than what it was. This is why I don't like to declutter something, even though it might not be my favorite, unless it's like bad quality or I just don't want to support the brand like ever, which is rare. I just don't want to declutter because I like it, and I bought 90% of these palettes, especially all of these older ones, and I don't want to just give them away. You know what I mean? My preferences may change. Look at that pink one on top. I think I said preferences. I meant preferences. You get the point. This is my least favorite, the Nude Prism. It's like wedding makeup. It's just too neutral for me. Very similar to the one from Sigma, but every now and then I will go against everything I believe in and do makeup on other people, which I absolutely hate doing. It's not the same as doing makeup on yourself, but most of the time somebody wants something neutral, and this is like the perfect palette for that, honestly. And it's a beautiful quality palette, so I'm keeping it. I actually like went nuts wanting to buy this palette, which makes no sense. I don't know what was up with me. I really like this one though. It's giving grunge, and it's beautiful. I think this color story is truly divine. I love the neutrals they chose. This is the Full Fantasy collab with Laura Lee Los Angeles, which is no longer a thing. I'm really drawn to this quad right here. On the eyes, it is so beautiful together, and I had so much fun creating looks with this palette. But this was at the very beginning of my channel, and I don't think I have like videos up with this one. If I do, it's not very good at all, or at least the quality isn't very good. Now we have a lot of Unearthly here because they're one of my favorite brands. I probably have more from them than any other brand in my collection, and I cannot get enough from them. They are amazing. So the question is, where do we start? There's a lot. Let's start with the bigger ones. These ones. I love these palettes. Just My Taste is such a favorite. I love this Dark Christmas Story, which seems to be so popular this year, but Unearthly did it first, at least that I know of, and she did it so freaking well. I love this so much. I love the little quads. I talk about it all the time that you can follow, and just look at them, the looks that the little quads create. This color story is so gorgeous, especially if you like two-tone looks. These will always work. And then you could do like this in the inner with this in the outer. Like that on the lid is like so gorgeous. I just love it so much. It's such a good palette. I love her quality as well. Her mattes and shimmers are amazing. She is one of my absolute favorite brands of all time. I could not recommend them more. Like, she's up there with Bella Beauty Bar and Diveroon and the rest of them. She's amazing. I love Not Normal. This is still one of my favorite palettes. I laugh at myself because this year I was very fortunate and I got to go on so many trips, which is crazy because I've never got to go anywhere. Until this year, I'd never been out of the United States. And I went to Greece in the spring and took spring clothes, but brought this palette, which like my eyes did not match everything else. And I did not care. I love this so much. It is so beautiful, so fun. I love this grungy color story. I don't know, her themes are just like, they hit the mark for me every time. Spring Magic is gorgeous. Actually, I got Just a Taste in PR. Not Normal, I bought myself. Spring Magic, I think I bought myself as well. Again, another beautiful color story. I'm so drawn to this little quad and this one. They both are gorgeous on the eyes. So is this one. I always have so much fun with these palettes. Oh, they really are some of the best. This one I also got in PR, the Gargoyle. Still one of my favorite color stories. I love blues and I love how cool tone this is. So freaking fun. There's so much dimension within this palette too. I just love the contrast. Really draws me in. Then I have Warms My Blood, which was sent to me by one of my subscribers because I have the 3 little palettes that released alongside this, and I was so freaking excited when they sent me this because I regretted it for years not getting this palette, and now I have it, and it was brand new too, which freaking pinched me. But the shimmers are like, the quality of this is still so freaking good. Oh, my heart. I can't. Yes. To the person who sent me that, thank you. I could never thank you enough. Every time I look at it, I smile. While we're at it, we'll talk about the ones that released alongside that one, which are these 3, the Weirdos, So Strange, and 1964. These I cannot use anymore, but I am totally keeping them. They are very old, and some of them, like the shades of Hardened, I can't remember which one. It's this one. My favorite shade, this one. As hard as a rock. But some of the others are still fine. And she has changed her formula since then. But I still, I love it. It makes my heart so happy. I think the Weirdos is my favorite. I love this grungy color story. I have a huge pan in that shade because it's so beautiful. This was my first time trying Unearthly Cosmetics, and the way I just fell so in love with this brand, never looked back. So Strange is fun too. This is for the more bright girlies. It has my favorite shimmer in it. I have huge pan in that. It's the shade Unusual, which she did put in another palette that I'm going to show you, and I'm so glad she brought it back. This, The Lure, was my second purchase from Unearthly. It's grungy. Like, are you surprised at all? I still love this one so much. It is still one of the best palettes, the best color stories in my collection. I really love Fantasy Cosmetica's 9 pans. They're my favorite out of any other brand, but Unearthly is running a very close race with them because she comes out with some really good 9 pans as well. This color story is very well thought out. There are so many different looks I feel like you can get with this one, and it is freaking gorgeous. Love the artwork as well. This is still one of my favorite palettes of all time, the Daily Grind. I love this color story. 2 of my favorite colors in a palette, but the undertones of these oranges are so delicious. Look at them. I love this. When I got this, I like screamed from the rooftop that everyone needed it. The shimmers are really pretty too. My hands are wet, so don't know how well these are gonna pick up, but they are so shiny, so pretty. And then we have the Strawberry Milkshake. This one is really pretty too. The shimmers in this aren't as good as the others, but I still love this. I love the color story. It's really fun. And it kind of reminds me of the new palette she just did, the Dead Cute, but in a bigger format with a lot more colors. But it's giving me the same type of vibe. And then I have Night Terror, which I just did a video talking about my favorite winter palettes. This should have been in there because this is a beautiful color story for winter. It's got that like muted tone, but these shades remind me of like frostiness, and they are so icy and gorgeous, and it's the cool tones really just scream winter to me and for me and my preferences. Then I have an old one, the Dead of Night. This is winter as well. Such a great color story. I really love like the jewel tones with the like cooler tones, the grays. I think it's so pretty. The Resurgence. Look how beat up this palette is. She got a lot of love, and I'm allergic to these 2 shades. It's the only shades I've ever had problems with from Unearthly, but they made my eyes water like crazy. But now I'm on like medication. I'm wondering if it'll still do the same thing, but this color story is so beautiful. They did such a good job on this whole collab. I absolutely loved the lip gloss too in this collection. It's still one of my favorites. I love the packaging. Leather and Lace is an old one too, but it's like an OG, like iconic fall, autumn color story. And these shimmers are so icy, so beautiful. I love her older palettes, but the stuff she does now is even better. Then we have the Fairy Frolic. This is like the Muse's little sister. They have very similar vibes, and I love them both. I will say the shimmers that she has now are much better than these, but for the time when this one launched, these ones were not bad at all. And I've said before, I would love to see her like remaster this into a bigger version, but I think she kind of already did when she remastered the Not Normal. I mean, you can see similar vibes in there, so I don't know if there's a way she could do that without duping herself, but still beautiful. Then we have the All I Ever Wanted, and again, it's that same shade, Unusual. This is an all shimmer palette that I love so much. It's so beautiful. So this one is really pretty too, but she had to change the formula to make it less emollient so it wouldn't crease on people. So it's not quite as shifty as it was, but it's still beautiful. Blood Moon has a gorgeous, like, that's one of the best reds. I lost my complete train of thought, words, all of it. The shimmers in this palette are freaking outstanding. Then we have the 12 pans, and these are some of my favorite palettes in my collection, and I bought them all except for this one, so we'll start there. This was the first product I ever got in PR from Unearthly Cosmetics, and I literally cried when I opened that package. I told you, I feel my feelings deep, but to get PR from them was such a huge deal, and my channel was still way smaller than it is now, and I was just blown away. And she came out with another really gorgeous red. In this one, this color story is just so gorgeous. This ranked really high in my ranking last year. These shimmers are so pretty. We have a multi-chrome on each side and then a very high shine metallic on the top. I loved the looks I created with this one. So the Get Groovy is not my favorite from her, but I still love it. It's a beautiful rainbow palette, and I love having it in my collection. Charmer's not my favorite either. I don't know, it's a bit one-dimensional, and the shimmers in it are really, really pretty though, but it's just, I don't know. I feel like she's done things that are a lot better. And if I had to choose between this and the color story that was really similar to this, which was the more edited down Night Terror, I would go with this one. Even though I like that you have this pop here, it just, I don't know. This one doesn't make as much sense to me. The Devourer is one that I lost my freaking mind over. I still do every time I look at it. These like iridescent multi-chromes are so pretty. When you look at them, they look like they're just white, but they are so not. You can tell I've used and abused this one a lot. I love that shade Trap, the green, like peachy multi-chrome situation. It is so gorgeous. They're just so pretty, and honestly, pictures just do not give this palette enough justice. I love the color story though. These two colors together are freaking delicious. Then we have Fall Magic, which is a freaking iconic palette. This is a favorite. I have pan in this one as well. I love this. I love this green with my whole entire heart. Sorcerer's Smoke is a favorite. I just love this swampy color story. I have a pan in this one as well. I love Unearthly. Then we have Don't Be Jelly. I bought this one last summer and I have loved every second of it. This is such a gorgeous color story, and I can see why it sold out so many times for her. It's just so pretty. These shimmers are so breathtaking, but the color story as a whole is just amazing. And then last but not least, we have the Dreamer palette. This is like such a beautiful, like neutral leaning winter palette. I love the hollow that's in here. It's really gorgeous. And I just like the color story. I mean, there are pops of color. You have like this muted blue and this purple with the pop of pink. But for me, this is like a neutral palette for a colorful lover. So it's like leaning very on the neutral side, in my opinion. But I love it so much. It's so beautiful. And I love her like freaky, quirky artwork. It's so fun. But that is the rest of my Unearthly collection. And like I said, these are my like prized possessions. I love them. You guys, we're finally at the last shelf, and it's been days since I filmed the other parts. But this video is taking way longer than I expected, but I am ready to get through it. I'm excited for the giveaway and all of that, so let's pop through. So I have like Nomad, Blend Bunny, Sigma, a lot of Gourmand Girls, Natasha Denona, and a little mix of brands in here. So I'm gonna zoom you guys in, and we're just gonna jump into this part. Let's start with this one. This is a beautiful palette. This is from Adept Cosmetics, and it was a collaboration with Breezy Beauty. Mine is Dusty, and I have not even used the mattes in this yet because I bought it for a review here on my channel. I wanted to try the brand, and before the palette even got to me, they shut the brand down, so I ended up never reviewing it. But I am gonna declutter it because I know I'm not going to reach for it because it's not a brand that exists any longer. I will say it is very beautiful. I did keep the blush palette because the highlighters in that is so good, but this one I will let go of. Then I have the Glaminatrix Pretty and Pastels. This one I didn't like at first, but I will say it grew on me. I was using the NYX primer with these shimmers, and I think it kind of like dulled them down because these are freaking gorgeous when used with the other primers that I use, like the Diverune, the Bella Beauty Bar, and I haven't tried it with the Cliento one yet, but I have a feeling it's going to work great with that one because that primer is specifically for these like very thin, silky types of shimmers, and I love this color story. I love that you get like the dark mattes, the medium, the pastels, the darker shimmers with the pastel shimmers. It's just a beautifully made pastel palette, so that is a definite keep. This one I will also declutter. This came in a BoxyCharm. It is the Artist Eyeshadow Palette, base blue with someone I don't even know, but I mean, it's a work of art, literally, but I'm never going to use this because I don't want to mess it up. Plus, it's just not my color story. So I'm going to let that one go. Then I have 5 other Pat McGrath palettes. This is, I don't know, actually. Yeah, I do. The Blitz Astro Quad, and these shimmers are so freaking gorgeous. Oh, I love them so much. It's like a very beautiful companion palette, and they are so stunning, so that one is definitely staying. And then I have the Love palette. It's called the Daring Desire Quad, and this is a really beautiful neutral palette. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, with the packaging I expected a blue, but it's still beautiful nonetheless. And then I have the Artistry palette. I got this one at TJ Maxx a few years ago. Not had much love, but I'm still keeping it. This one was gifted to me, actually both of these, from a friend of mine that I made here on YouTube. And what is this? This is the Mothership Bougie Brilliance Jewel Temptation. This is gorgeous. I really need to get some use out of these blushes. I have not tried them yet because I forget that they're here. Maybe I should put this in my blush drawer just so I remember that I have them, because they're beautiful. Like, the shimmers are beautiful as well, but I really need to use this. This is stunning. And then we have the Luminous Legends eyeshadow palette. Look at those shimmers. They're so pretty. So sparkly. Like, look at that one. I could never thank her enough for sending me these because they're freaking gorgeous. Then I have 2 from Kidos, the Club Nebula, which was the collab with Angelica Nikavist, and look at her, honey. I love this palette. I used this one to absolute death, and it's one of my favorites. I'm still keeping it. I don't really use it anymore because it's super old, but that one I keep for the memories. And then I also have the Escape Pod, which is really, really pretty. And I'm hopeful that we see Kidos come back this year, like more colorful and stuff. I think their last launch was lip products and like eyeliners. I can't remember for sure, but they were kind of the same colorful packaging. So fingers crossed. Then I have 2 from Ace Beauté. One, the Ambiance. This is such a favorite. They're another brand I would love to see come back. The last I heard, they were like reformulating and like revamping the brand, but that was like over a year ago, I think, and I've heard nothing since. But I really hope they come back. They came out with some really iconic color stories, and I miss them. This one is really old. The Nostalgia from Ace Beauté. This one I think I'm going to let go of. I'm not as drawn to this color story anymore. But yeah, it's time to let it go. And actually, there's mold in this one. I just noticed that. It's been a while since I've opened her. let's do Natasha Denona. First, I have this one, the Rose and Wood. Really pretty. A lot of, like a chunk of these I got out of BoxyCharm. And I'm pretty sure that's how I got this one as well. It's a really great travel palette, especially when you want a more neutral eye look. And this one I just got. I haven't even used it yet. It's the Retro. And like a pinky mauve situation. Really pretty. This one I bought the Natasha Denona in Bloom. I love like how warm this is. It is so stunning. And then we have the bronze palettes. Very beautiful. This is my favorite. The My Dream. She is stunning. Love how deep and dark this color story gets. But the shimmers in here are so gorgeous. And then last we have the Zendo. This one is probably my least favorite out of the ones I have, but when I use these, I do like to mix and match. So I love having them, and I mean, look at the packaging. It's so wonderful when brands keep all their packaging the same. So these aren't really palettes, they're singles. Well, these and these. So this big, huge magnetic palette I have here from Unearthly, it's really pretty. Guess I could show it to you. This has Clarity Cosmetics shades in it because 2 palettes I bought from them last year came busted. So I took out the shades that weren't messed up and put them in here and kept them because I wanted to start doing like build your own palette videos. But then I also have these 2 from Cleona. This one has a palette from Terra Moons in it. And I don't remember what the palette was called. It's gonna drive me nuts. Hold on, I'll look it up in a second. But this palette was so beautiful. I did a review on this one. And the shimmers and stuff in this are gorgeous. And then we have some of my lethal shimmers. And then 2 from Dee Signature. Like, look at them. They're so beautiful. I love them. And then here we have a bunch more Cleona. And here, those are, oh, they're just so stunning. Truly one of the best brands. And then this is a mix of like Ensley Rain and Bella Beauty Bar. The top ones are Ensley Rain. They're so stunning. I have a whole video swatching all of these if you are interested in seeing that. I did buy Terra Moon's newest launch, the collab. It's the Aurora Chasing with Ellie Star. I'm just waiting to get it, but I am excited to get my hands on that one. Yeah, I don't even know what that is. It's not on the site anymore, not what I'm seeing anyway. Anyways, moving on, I have this one from Pure and Raw Beauty Christy. This is one of the palettes I keep for memories because I learned how to do my makeup with this palette. And you can tell by looking at it, I got so much use out of this colorful side and loved it so much. I did so many like sunset looks. I was obsessed. This one I'm actually in the middle of reviewing now from Jolie Beauty, and it's the Cryptic palette. This color story is divine. There are some gorgeous shades in here, but there's some misses about this palette that I've seen so far. But stay tuned for my video. It should be coming up next, and you'll be able to hear my full thoughts on it because I'm still like kind of gathering them. So the ColourPop stack. This one I loved so much. The At Forest site. I mean, the mushrooms, you know, and the color story is so beautiful. I really don't follow Raw Beauty Christy anymore at this moment, but I still want to keep the palette for memories. Then I have the Witching Hour. I had a lot of ColourPop palettes, but I got rid of a lot of them last year. And I don't know. It's hard for me to get rid of them because a lot of these are ones that I learned makeup with, like the Honey, Orange You Glad. I love some of the undertones of the oranges in this one. And then Blue Moon. That one's so pretty. YN Only is one of my favorites, but I like mixing it with this one, in the Limelight. They go so well together and create some of the most beautiful looks. And then I have the Mandalorian. When I first got this, I hated it because I didn't like cool tones. Who would have thought? But now I love it. And then we have the Child. Such a pretty color story. The Hocus Pocus 2. This is my favorite out of the ones I have. This one I decluttered last year, but then I thought about the Build Your Own Palette videos, and I decided to keep it. I still haven't done that yet, and if I don't do it by the end of next year, I am going to declutter it because there's no sense in holding on to it if I'm not going to film that video. Then I have this little stack. So on the top here, I have Sigma. Starting with the Alice in Wonderland. This was my first palette from them, and I love it so much. Still one of my favorite color stories they've ever done. I love this dark shimmer. The Little Mermaid is one, I think, no, this released last year, but I love this color story. And it's my first one from them where they did the multi-chromes, and this color story is so stunning. The Corta Rosa is such a, old favorite. It's such a good, neutral eyeshadow palette. I just love it so much. Then I have the Oceano from Cleona. I love this color story with my whole entire heart. It is so beautiful, so fun, and bright, and adventurous. Oh, it's so good. And then I have the Modern Renaissance from ABH. So this is my original one that I keep for memories. Look how gross this is. I've had this for so many years. And then Amanda saw a video talking about it that I posted, and she bought me this one. Look at that. It's disgusting. I probably shouldn't even show this on camera, but I have the new one. It hasn't been touched, but it's here. And it was very thoughtful of her to do that. This one is getting put up though, and I'm probably not bringing it out anymore because that is so embarrassingly gross. And then we have the Jackie Aina, the best ABH eyeshadow palette in my opinion. I think it is so freaking divine. I even have pan in a few shades. And then the Subculture, and I love this color story so much. So I bought mine years later and at a Marshall's, and I love it. Let's do Blend Bunny. First, I have the Lure, and I love this so much. I love this color story. Very jewel tone-esque, and it's so beautiful and bright and fun, and I just think it's fabulous. There's a few palettes from her that I really want to get though that I don't have. This is the Longing, still one of my top favorites. Love this color story with my whole entire heart. The shimmers in this palette are some of my absolute favorites in my collection. And then we have the Divination, which is my favorite collab, the Robert Welsh. It is so beautiful, and even though it has this gradient, which isn't always my favorite thing, with Blend Bunny, I feel like we see a lot of rainbow palettes, and I feel like he did his a lot different in a way that I can really appreciate, and I think it's beautiful. And then we also have the Donnie Darkowitz. This is a beautiful palette too. I do feel like some of the greens look the same on the eye. Some of the purples look very similar. Like maybe we didn't need all of them. And then on the eye, these two shimmers look very, very similar. But with that being said, it's still beautiful. And then we have the Surge. Such a beautiful palette. I heard she was trying to bring this back. And then the Primal. Like, it's an OG rainbow palette. This is one of my favorites too, the Makina. I love the undertones in this. Like, this red is so gorgeous, and I love the green yellow row. It's so beautiful. Cyborg is breathtaking. Like, I need this as a highlighter, please. Sugar and Grunge, which is now Sugar and Spite, which makes me laugh every time I think of it. But this one is really, really beautiful. And then we have the Lens collab. And I love that this is a smaller palette. I love the shimmers she put in here. Really beautiful. I would just like to see collabs that aren't rainbow. You know what I mean? And then the ultimate rainbow, the Alice Atlantis collab. I want to get her other collab. That's the palette that's in 2 parts, or you can buy it as a whole palette. I want it so bad. Able to get it at the time, but it's so beautiful and I need it. I love this top row with my whole heart. Like, she is a coffee table, but I will gladly store this annoying hunk of palette because I love the colors that are in it so very much. Oh my god, guys, we're almost done. We have Nomad and then Gourmand Girls. So let's do Nomad. So these brands, I am keeping all of them. I mean, I think I literally got rid of like 6 or 7 palettes in this whole video. But like I said, I am a collector. Oh wait, no, there's more. Hold on. Okay, let's talk about these. So this one was gifted to me by my boss's wife when I worked at a retirement home, and I'll never get rid of it for that reason alone. It really meant so much to me. So that one is staying. Actually, a big chunk of these were gifted. This one was gifted to me for my birthday from a friend of mine and Amanda's. It's the Leo She Glam Lively Leo palette. Then I have the Lion, what is this? Sulu Look Dirty Dancing palette. This is terrible quality, like terrible, but I love this movie. It's like my whole childhood. Me and my cousins used to practice the lift, and I would lift them because I was the oldest. So I will keep it forever because it reminds me of them, and because of that I love it. This is the Charmed, same brand, same horrible quality, but Charmed is one of the best TV shows that has ever been made, and I've watched it hundreds of times. I'm not even kidding. I absolutely love it. Then I have the Fatally Yours 2, and mine is broken and I have to fix it. But yes, so I have to be very careful with this one. Really pretty. This is from Melt, if you're not familiar. It is a very beautiful color story as well. But yeah, I do have to fix that one. And I have this one from Melt. I just got this, the Christmas Town. And it's so pretty. I haven't used it yet, but I cannot wait. It is so stunning, and I love the packaging. I've really been loving Melt more this year, and I'm excited to get into them more. This was sent to me in PR, but I didn't review it. I just couldn't. That's all I'm saying, but I will declutter it. I am grateful that it was sent to me, but I also... This was from Ladybug Glow, the Magical Creation. This is a beautiful palette. Gorgeous, gorgeous color story. I love the shimmers, but I don't even think she's a brand anymore. I could be wrong, but I am going to let this one go because I haven't used it in a long time. These were all gifted to me as well from subscribers. So I have the Gold Dust Woman, which is so beautiful, and I was dying to try this brand when they sent me this. I was so excited, and I really enjoy it. The shimmers are really beautiful, but I always forget who makes this palette because it's not on the packaging. If you remember, please let me know. I need to write it on here because I always forget. And then I know it's a brand that I keep saying I want to try because I forget that I have tried them through this palette, but it's stunning. Then I have these two. One of them is messed up. It's this one, and I opened it up upside down. No, it's not this one. So this is from, I can't remember. Again, it's not on the packaging. I think it's a Sea Beauty brand. Swatch, but it was sent to me by a friend of mine, the same friend who sent me the Pat McGrath palettes, because she is amazing. But this color story is so freaking beautiful, and I love it so much. Look at the shimmer. I really have been wanting to try more C Beauty brands this year, and K Beauty. I'm not sure which one this is. I can't remember for the life of me. But if you would be interested in that, please let me know. I would love to hear your thoughts. And then I have this one as well. This is the broken one. Yeah, see, this one has to be fixed, but it is very beautiful. So I have 2 palettes. Then I have the Fatally Yours, the first collab with Melt and Bailey Sarian. This shade came broken as well, but this color story is gorgeous. This one, I bought the Bloomstruck from CXC Beauty, and I will be decluttering it. This is an okay formula, but I'm interested in seeing like how they get better with time. And then I also have the Dragon Fruit palette from Cleona and Emily Violet Marie. This is so stunning, and I love this so much. The shimmers in here are freaking breathtaking. Look at that pink one. The shine. It's insane. Now let's move on to Nomad. Starting with the Polar Express. This one was gifted to me at the Creators and Friends event in Vegas last Christmas, and this is beautiful. I absolutely love this color story. Half neutral, half blues. I do love a neutral look with a pop of blue, something I've discovered in the last year, and this one is fun. Not my favorite, but it's still fun. I love this one though. It's one of my absolute favorites. The Chicago Speakeasy. I love like this pea green with these like warmer neutrals. But then you also have like these muted purples. It is such a gorgeous color story. And these shimmers are so pretty. So fun. I'm so close to paying on that shade and this one as well. But I love the packaging. They really nailed that whole theme. This has been my favorite for such a long time. The New Zealand Stargazing. Literally since the moment I first tried it, I love the shimmers in this so much. Some of my favorite, if not my favorite shimmers Nomad has ever done. Like, look at them. They're so pretty. I literally just cannot even stand it. The Nomad Royal Europe, one of my first palettes from them, and it's been love at first sight ever since. I love the multi-chromes. I love how dark and rich this palette is. It is so stunning. I love using this by itself and with other things. It is truly just such a divine launch. It's so fun. And I had a blast with that one for so long. My camera died and I don't know when, but I was talking about this one and how much I love it. I love the color story. I love this yellow. The shimmers in this one are really, really pretty and like shiny, sparkly, like glossy. So pretty, but these last 3 are some of my favorites, starting with the Ghost Town USA. I mean, I think this is everyone's favorite. It is so beautiful. I just love this color story. I love how cool it is. I cannot wait to use it with some of the palettes that launched this year, like the, Pacific Northwest one. They're gonna go so well together and be so beautiful, but this is like such a freaking amazing palette. And then we have the Haunted Europe, which is, again, amazing. I love how cool tone this is, yes, but it's also like muted at the same time. It's such a fun Halloween fall palette. I just think this color story is so divine, and I'm so happy that I have it. Then also the Ireland Atlantic Way, which is so beautiful and packed full of some of the best greens. And I had so much fun with this palette. I love the looks I created with it. I love the packaging as well. It is just truly so beautiful. It's a theme with this brand. They've had a lot of really good launches that I've loved. Now, I saved one of the best for last. And I have a lot of palettes from Gourmand Girls. I actually think there's a couple in here from other brands, like Ladybug Glow. Let me get those out real quick. I even have some collabs in here from Gourmand Girls and Ladybug Glow. So I just usually keep them kind of together. This one, I actually filmed a video on and somehow my footage got deleted. This is from Blairdale MUA Cosmetics. It's the Midnight Haze. This palette is beautiful and this is very good quality, and I hate that I lost that footage and wasn't able to get it back up. They did send me this in PR and I was so amazed and blown away by the formula in this, and I'm keeping my eye out because I want to get something else and try something new from them so I can, you know, do a full like actual review and show you guys some looks with something from the brand. But I was very happy with this. Then I have the three from Ladybug Glow, starting with the Vampy Treat. This is with the ice cream beauty box. I love this color story. And then we also have the Just Desserts. I really love this color story as well, and I love the looks that I created with them, but I'm trying to be realistic. Am I going to use these? Probably not. So I think I'm going to get rid of both of these and maybe even this one with the ice cream beauty box. This is really, no, this one was gifted to me. I do think I want to keep this one. But this one is really beautiful. The shimmers are really pretty. Like, she has a really good formula, but I just don't reach for them. I have a lot of other palettes, and I'm probably going to go ahead and let this one go as well while I'm at it. Now we saved one of the best for last. So let's talk about one of my favorite freaking brands. You guys know how much I love this brand. One of my favorite palettes is actually this one, the Peach Perfect. This color story is magical. The looks I've created with this are some of my favorites of all time. The shimmers in here are so good. Look at this one, Papa Don't Peach. And then we have Fuzzball, which is the green with the peach glitter reflex. Ooh, you can even see them. Like, it's divine. I love this palette with my whole entire heart. And this one I bought myself. Some of these I started getting PR like after, but this one I did by myself and I love it dearly. Then we have the Nueva Vida, which is Steph's collab with Gourmand Girls. This one is very bright and fun and daring, and I love it. It really pushed me out of my comfort zone and I was able to create something different and exciting, and I love those types of palettes. But the thing I love about Gourmand Girls the most is she takes a color story and always adds a fun twist to her palettes that makes them even more adventurous than what they probably would normally be, and I love it so much. Starting with the Haunted, just one of my favorites. Haunted I bought myself. I think Spooked I got myself as well. But they're so beautiful, and there's something about each of them that makes them unique. Like, for instance, this one, you have this pop of red in here that really just makes it to where you could twist the look into something completely different. You could mix the red and the purple in the crease and have a gorgeous look, and put like the pink or the purple on the lid. That would be beautiful. You could keep it more on the neutral side and do these two colors in the crease, or you could do the green and this color with this on the lid. Like, there's so many good things, and this is Spooked. And then you have Nightshade, and I love this so much. I love like the contrast in this palette with these lighter shades down here on the end, and then how like haunted it looks down here with the black, the gray, and the deep purple. It's beautiful. And then we have the Haunted palette. And again, it's just such a perfect color story. She has a very good eye for creating really fun things. Her and Doodles by the Bunny. Frozen Kiss is another one of those palettes that just hits for me. You have this gorgeous palette. These two pops of neutral in here add that same twist to this palette. The shimmers in this one are outstanding. I have Pan in one of the shades. It's such a fun one. This one I did get in PR. This was, I think, the first palette I ever bought from Gourmand Girls, the Silent Night. And this one is beautiful as well. I had so much fun with this and was just so blown away by the quality. This was the first palette I got in PR from her, the Calavera. This palette is gorgeous. The shimmers, you guys, the shimmers. This palette did not get nowhere near the amount of hype that it deserves. And it's like one of those color stories. Yes, it looks like it's a rainbow, but it's so much more than that. The undertones in this palette make it very unique. And it's like one of those palettes where I feel like you could get looks from it all year round. And you have like a mix of dark, grungy shades, pastels, and it's just very beautifully done. This one, however, is not my favorite, but I'm keeping it because I love Gourmand Girls, the Gourmandizes. I don't know how to say it. I don't know. Something about this color story feels off for me, but I will say it really was great quality, and it's something I would use to mix maybe with something else. The shimmers in here are gorgeous, but it's just not a me palette. And then I have these. These two I got, I think I bought, I can't remember, but we have the Paradise Cove, which I love so much. These are collabs with Ladybug Glow, and then the El Camino. I know I bought these, but then I think she gifted me one in PR, and then I think I did a giveaway with it, something like that. But I love these so much. This is my favorite, but they are definitely staying. And then I have some of her really old ones she gifted me when I was at her house, because I'm friends with the owner as well, but we became friends through me reviewing her brand. So we have the Radioactive, which is a gorgeous all shimmer palette that I am so happy to have. Ethereal, just another gorgeous all shimmer palette. Like, look at, you see that sparkling blue? So breathtaking. And then Galactic Gourmand. So beautiful. Virtual, which is a collab with Cosmic Peaches. This is a really old palette. I took this with me to Greece to give me some pops of color in my look. Her formula since this has like vastly improved, but I will say these shimmers are still really gorgeous. Her mattes have gotten a lot better, but I still liked it, still used it, and it worked well. This one she sent to me, and it is the Secret Grove. This color story is so beautiful. I would actually love to see her revamp this into an 18 pan. I think she could really do something with this color story now, and it's beautiful. I mean, I didn't declutter a whole ton. I ended up decluttering 15 palettes, which, I mean, is a good thing. That means I love my collection and I want to keep it. I love these palettes. They make me happy, and I love videos where I get to talk about them and rank them. I love using them, creating looks. I mean, some are here for the memories, but for the most part, I love them all. These are the 15 that I am letting go of. So I started out this video with 385 palettes, and we are ending it with 370, which, I mean, is a lot of palettes, don't get me wrong, but I really do love them. They make me so happy. But I will say, this declutter series as a whole was very successful. I ended up decluttering over 300 products from my collection, which makes me very happy because, as I've mentioned in a couple videos since I started this, I feel like my collection is like brand new again, and it is a wonderful feeling, and I'm excited to go through and use products. I've really been doing so well about going through my lip products and actually looking at everything that I have. The way I've changed the way I'm storing things has also made it to where I can really kind of go through and use everything, and it's very exciting. So now I have to put this room back together so that I can film my room tour. Right now it is a mess because there are palettes everywhere, but stay tuned for that, and good luck you guys with the giveaway if you choose to enter. Please don't forget to read the pinned comment and read the directions on the Google forum, because I do need your actual name, your address, your email address, and your YouTube name all in the little info box so that I know who to contact, who I'm sending it to, and all of those things. And I need your YouTube name so that I can make sure you are subscribed to my channel. But like I said, good luck and congratulations to whoever wins. I will also let you know in that pinned comment down below what day the giveaway will end. And I'm excited. I can't wait to see who gets it. But thank you guys so much for everything. If you liked the video, please give it a thumbs up. It really does help me out so much. And I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It has been a very long, very fun video. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye.